Alright, let's get this started in here. Decide what we want to listen to first before we pop anything on screen. No copyright music. No copyright music. Here we go. Let's see how this one plays out. Do we like this one? like that. All right. Get this all started here. Transition time. Hey, boss. How y'all doing? It's your boy Jimmy Buffo back at it again with the, well, actually, we're not back at it again this time. We're actually doing something. So, to those who don't know, PEDH, or PDH, sorry, not PEDH, basically is the form for Popper Commander, which if, again, you don't know Popper, maybe you don't know the first thing about Magic. So, Magic consists of, like, the Magic the Gathering is the card game, right? Consists of four rarity types, right? So you've got common as your base, uncommon as your, like, higher tier than that, and then rare, and then there's mythic rare at the very tippity top there. And so here, I'll just show y'all for a little bit. So let's just take a look at these. So commons here. We'll just refresh all this, because this is what we're gonna be looking at here today. Is I like using Deck Builder as sort of my go-to for building decks when I don't have the money or the cards to do so. I'm just sort of spitballing in my brain before I want to invest in money, which I recommend if you do this, if you want to do that. You do have to pay if you want to be able to save anything, but for the longest time I didn't bother, because I figured that if I could just like take pictures or whatever, I would. So before I got started here today, I got a list of different possibilities we could be brewing with here for the next couple hours of like a good Popper commander deck for me. So if you can't tell, I like green a lot. And so everything except for Raul's flavor of green. Anyways, getting back to rarity types. So you got common. See how it's like a dark black, like it's black with whiter. It's you know, it's a shape that's black, right? So this is the set symbol, and then since it's black, that's how you denote it's a common rarity, right? And then you boost one up to uncommon, which is actually one we have here. Oh, that's a special card. Don't ignore those. Some of these are like the super special online only promo types, or like they're alternate arts. So silver is going to denote your uncommons there. And then if you go up to rare, it'll be gold. So that's like this. See how it's almost like a bronzy or a sharp gold. And then you go up to mythic, which is red. Big beautiful red. We love red, except for in this format where red is banned. Why is red banned, you might ask? Well, because in the Popper format, in regular Popper at least, you can only use common rarity cards. So you can't use uncommon, you can't use rare, and you can't use mythic. But in Popper Commander, the stipulation then becomes it has to be your commander, which if we're going to get into that, if you've never played Commander before, it's basically it's like regular Magic, but instead of you starting out with a 60 card deck and 15 sideboard cards, it's a 100 card deck, or 99 cards in the actual deck, and then your 100th card is in a little place called the command zone, which is it's kind of in your hand and it's kind of not. Anything that says you can interacts with your hand, it's not going to affect that, obviously. But like a card that says it interacts with the command zone, it'll obviously interact with that. So, for instance, let's see. One famous one is Darevi. see if I can get Imperial Tactician. It's something Tactician. Yeah, it's Derevi. Okay, I couldn't pronounce or couldn't spell it. So it has a special clause in it that says whenever it enters the battlefield or creature... That's not the right one. The one below it. Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen Derevi. I haven't played against... We don't have one in my current play pod. But the bottom text says you can pay generic green, white, and blue and put Derevi onto the battlefield from the command zone. So that's sort of cheating what is called the commander tax. And the commander tax, if you don't know, which you probably wouldn't if I'm having to explain all this, is for every time this guy gets cast and he's either countered or, you know, put anywhere you don't want, like anywhere other than the battlefield that you don't want it to go to, you can choose to put it back into the command zone. But then what's going to happen is it's going to get something called command tax. So it'll go up for each like time it goes back. It'll go up another 2 generic in cost. Which is why you really got to plan out when you drop your commander, and you can't just like keep spamming them. You got to think through when's the best time for me to do this. Which is why Derevi is kind of annoying, because you can just kind of spam it and it's really hard to deal with. But that's a time that's for another time. So who can go in the command zone in normal Commander is legendary creatures. So they have to specifically have legendary super type. Be a creature, obviously. But in Pauper Commander, it's actually, since there's a limitation on basically how much has been printed, like, for instance, I don't know if I will come up with an exact number here, but there's a good amount of colors in all of them that, or there's a good amount that of like colors wedges in the color pie that don't have a commander that's at an uncommon, so legendary creature at an uncommon, either because that'd be too powerful or just the colors themselves just haven't been played around with much. Let me see if I can do this. So rarity. Okay, so creature and legendary. First of all, we're going to set it to commander so that we get rid of tokens and stuff like that. So I don't know if it shows how many are. There's a good amount. I want to say it's like right around 1,000. Let me check EDH rec here real quick. Which is a good place if you want to go for commander stuff. How many are there? It won't give me a direct number, I don't think. Here, we just ask Google. Hey, Google. How many? Yeah, I know I'm dumb. How many weeks in a year? 52, obviously. And MTG. This might not be an exact number. 57%. Over 400 is what this is giving me. And keep in mind, this is not an accurate, and there's a bunch of different cards that kind of circumvent, like make things unique. But anyways, just to get around that rule, the Pauper changed it up because there's very limited uncommons. Let me just show you how many uncommons are. Like, it's a lot. There's a lot of like uncommon legendaries, but they're not going to have the whole color pot at your disposal, which is kind of unfortunate. But see, you get there really quick. You get to the bottom really quick, which you wouldn't normally on like let me just show you, for instance. So I straight up don't think there is any multicolored, and color ID is another thing, but if you guys have questions on that, we'll get to that later. So yeah, there's straight up no Wooburg, so that's the whole color pie combination of colors that are legendary, but there's one or two, I guess there's a bunch of uncommon creatures that do have that as an option. So that kind of helps fill out the roster there, and so that also opens up a lot of neat little things, like you can have a Lana War mentor per se as your commander, which is kind of really neat, to be honest, because it's a good card to get out, but you don't want to have a whole bunch of them in your deck, because otherwise they're kind of just dead cards. And while it does use its ability to pitch it, or to pitch dead cards, it's like not ideal to keep having it happen to you. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of neat like stipulations. Now all the creatures in the 99 of your deck do here. Let me see if my camera adjusts. I don't know if it's that. There we go. Mouth working now. Now a bunch of, or sorry, in the 99 of your deck, it has to be at a common rarity, right? Because that's the idea of a Pauper, and I guess Dragon Soul Dice would put it at common too. But for the rules of Pauper Commander, and like you can have any uncommon level creature be your commander, which is, I think it's a great workaround, and I think it opens up the format to be a lot more interesting than just having a bunch of seeing the same thing over and over again. Because that was kind of the problem when we first started out in Commander, was there weren't a whole lot of legendaries available. But now that the format's been it's been going on strong in popularity for at least since, I would say, probably 2016 or 2017, and from there it's just kind of, they had an issue where they kept printing good cards specifically for Commander, and unfortunately kind of, I would say it's ruined the format, but it's made the power crept the format something fierce, and it's made a lot of cool cards now out of sight, out of price, basically. So like something like Basalt Monolith, for instance. And no, we're not using this for obviously our Pauper Commander, but like Basalt Monolith, which is like an old uncommon from way back in the day, is like $400 now, thanks to the recent bannings. Because it has part of an infinite combo with Keenan, which, thank goodness, Keenan. Can I not? I can't spell Keenan, can I? That's Kinnan. I can't spell. So basically, this basically lets you tap it for infinite mana. It's kind of dumb, but it's kind of it's good, and sorry, dumb is relative to it's annoying to play against, but you know, in regular competitive EDH, it's a powerhouse. It's one of the top decks, especially since the recent bannings of fast mana. So like your mana crypts and all that. But in Pauper Commander, you know, we got a whole format to play around with. I had no idea existed, and somebody came up with it. And so this is like, we're just gonna have them display the list they have so far of this, of a whole bunch of different competitive decks that have sort of played. I guess there's tournaments. I'm not sure if they're where they're at, but these are pretty neat. I think the idea of going to a tournament with something for Pauper like this would be neat. So anyways, so what we're playing with is, what we can do is set our parameters to only Commander, No, or only common rarity, and then we need to narrow down which of these is going to be our commander, because, well, we just sort of need to toy around with the ideas that are being played around here, because these are ones that I thought might be interesting to brew with, right? First of all, we can check and see if there's any in here. Brew, Aranus Gloomstalker, which this is one of those, let me just show you here. So, Aranus is one of those cards that kind of circumnavigates the normal rules of Commander. So normally we go by color identity based on strictly the card itself, which in this case it'd be mono green. So you can only use green cards in the deck, but Aranus circumnavigates this because it has the choose a background, which means that you can pick one of these backgrounds, which are these legendary enchantments that go into the command zone with your commander, and they have their own separate commander attacks. And the partner mechanic works the same way, but it's with another creature as your partner. Anyways, so these kind of decks have all sorts of interesting little workarounds to how normally the metagame works. A lot of them rely on Soul Sister strategies, so let me see which one. Kadira, for instance, is, I think, a Soul Sisters deck. So Kadira, basically, what happens is, in Soul Sisters, the idea is you're going to pump out a bunch of life for yourself, so you're basically nigh unkillable, and hold on. Why is my camera not working here? Oh, my face is locked up. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Bop. Let's see. Sorry, we're having a bit of issues here. Anyways, so Kadira. Let's see if this works. There we go. So Kadira's basically popping out a bunch of tokens. So these 1/1 white rabbits, and then something like a Anointer Priest that says whenever a creature enters the battlefield, or in this case a creature token enters the battlefield, you gain a life. And then you're going to use stuff that you can either use it to as like currency to exchange stuff for your life total, or you can possibly have stuff that goes based off your life total. So let's see what we got here. Like Essence Warren is going to be one of those that if you get another creature enters and you get a life. Surgeon is gonna be for your preventing your tokens to dying, and just basically this deck is basically I'm gonna make a bunch of tokens and overwhelm the board, which is a valid, very valid strategy. Arabella does this as well. But yeah, there's so many neat. Oh, I guess that one's not available. Let's see. Teshar, for instance, is a combo deck. So it's gonna use its ability. It says whenever you cast a historic spell, you can return target creature card value 3 or less, and you're gonna use a sack outlet and loop, basically. So you're gonna use something like an artifact creature. You're going to loop it, so whenever that enters the battlefield, it counts as historic, because historic is anything that's an artifact, legendary, or a saga. And since it's an artifact creature, as soon as it enters, it can loop with another artifact that's in the graveyard and pick that out. And as long as you have something to sack it into, so sacrifice being like, you know, basically you kill it in order to get your benefits off of it. Let's see if we can find one that is a sack outlet. The thing is, in Pauper, in commons, there's not a whole lot of options. Is Ashnod really... hold on, I have to look this up. Is Ashnod altar? Really? It is! Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's so gross. I didn't know Ashnod was ever printed at common. Well, that's certainly a combination we can use. So Ashnods, this is in Japanese text, it basically says sacrifice a creature and add 2 colorless. So it's basically if you can loop it infinitely, not only are you always getting infinite like enter the battlefield effects if you have something that does that, so like gain life or you know, draw a card or whatever if you want to do that. But also there's stuff like with the fact that it's doing it for free means that every time you add 2 mana, or every time you're doing that loop, you're also adding 2 mana to the pool, so you can dump it into something big like let's see, what would be the dump in this case? Boogity boogity boo boo. I'm trying to find what would be the sack here, or what would be the Clint Hawk draws. Okay, yeah, I don't know what the dump is. Usually there's something that lets you put a bunch of your mana into and win the game, either through like either through doing something an infinite amount of time or dealing infinite damage or something like that. In this case, I don't know what it would be. Shriekhorn, holding jar, Wayfarer's bauble. I guess you could always get back a bunch of stuff. Here, let's see if the stickers have anything to do with this. Draw 2 cards, proliferate, draw a card. 13/13 Eldrazi. Oh, there's one. There's one. So we could use a sticker that... And stickers are a mechanic I'm not entirely familiar with because I didn't play at the time when they were introduced. But it's apparently for every ticket you have, you can pay for that and get the sticker effect, which in this case is a 4. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If you do that infinite amount of times, you're just draining everyone around you, which I guess that's an important thing to add too, is it's a multiplayer format, so you're playing with anywhere from 3 to 4 people. You can go higher, but mostly you're going to be 3 or 4 player pods. So yeah, it's kind of neat. I kind of like it, to be honest. But I don't like how I feel like I have no idea what all is in the format, to be honest, because I know a couple of commons, but apparently obviously I didn't know Ashnods was actually considered uncommon or considered a common. So anyways, I'm getting too far off the initial base. So what are we doing here? So we're gonna go down the list, sort of look at the pros and the cons of each of these cards, and then we're gonna eventually decide which one we want to be our commander, and we're gonna build a deck around it. At least that's the hope. Um, so, Llanowar, let's start with Llanowar Mentor. What is it doing, right? It's a 1-drop for 1 green, 1/1. Has 1, pay a green and tap it. Discard a card and put a 1/1 green elf druid creature token named Llanowar Elves into play with. Tap, add green to your mana pool. So, what are the pros to this, right? Well, the pros to this is green's got a lot of recycling already. It's just kind of pre-packaged into the themes of green, which is like the cycle of life, and that's rebirth and all that fun stuff. Which means that you're going to get a lot of stuff that shuffles your graveyard back into your library. So getting rid of a card doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be like gone forever. Another good thing, it has a lot of ramp, which means that for the mana sources that you need, you're going to have plenty of ways to get that mana. Because usually with green, it's usually little things make it so that big things are easier to come out. In this case, we're getting a 1/1 body that can also add mana in exchange for whatever card we discard, right? So what are some themes we could play off? We could play off Madness, but I don't think there's any Madness in green. I'm wrong. Okay, Basking Root Walla is one that actually has Madness. I didn't remember that he even exists, to be honest. So I guess we gotta go green identity only. And apparently there's another one. Arrogant Worm has 3-drop Madness, but it's not really all that special because it's just a trampler for 5 drop if it's not Madness, which is kind of not ideal. That being said, with the Llanowar Mentor, you're probably getting this on turn 3. So it's not that bad. But I guess another thing to point out with it is it's not going to hit everything. And it's an Avon art. I love John Avon. John Avon does a lot of art for Magic. And Root Walla is just a 1/1 for 1 or 0, I guess, if Madness. That gets +2/+2 temporarily and only once per turn, which makes it a really poor pumper, which pumping is like the action of making things bigger for paying mana. It's an alright card. But if those are the only 2 Madness is going to be a theme. So what else can we do? We could do fixing with Delirium. There's plenty of Delirium cards. So like Gnarlwood Dryad, it's a little better than the Root Walla. So it's going to come down. As long as you have 4 or more card types among cards in my graveyard, it has +2/+2, so that makes it a 3/3 Death Toucher for a mere 1 mana. So that's not bad. I mean, that's pretty good if we're doing like a mid-range tempo sort of deck. Bolgraph, gonna be a 3/4 for 2. Otherwise, it's a 2-drop 0/4 with no other keywords. Kind of not good, to be honest. And then this is put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, which honestly, it's on tempo if we want to pump our Llanowar Mentor before we do anything else. We can do that, or we can drop this on turn 3 and just use to pump it then. And then at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, there's 4 more. Put a +1/+1. And keep in mind, this is during Commander, which means that if you're doing this on each of their upkeeps, that's 3 other players, so that's 3 counters for free every time you go through, and there's other ways to put counters on, so it's not a bad two drop. It can target itself, So, because it doesn't say other, it just says target. So it could work. It could be good. It could be decent. Spine Seeker Centipede. It's gonna do the search your card for a library, which is, it's not uncommon enough in green for it to be like anything noteworthy about it, but it is something that happens. And then it gets +1/+2 and has vigilance as long as there's 4 more card types. So going from a 2/1 up to a 3/3 for 3 is not really all that special. So we're mainly looking at that first effect, whether it's worth it. And I'd say since it's green, it's alright. It's nothing to sneeze at. Backwoods Survivalists becomes a 5/4 with trample, so not that good for 4-drop. Might Beyond Reason is an instant for a change, so it's going to be putting an extra +1/+1 counter if you want, which is not that good, to be honest, because for an effect like that, right, you're already paying 4. So you ideally you want to get your 4 mana's worth of a body. If you're paying 4, getting 2 +1/+1 counters, right? You're effectively paying 4 for a 2/2, which, or it could be it can meld with something else. Yes, it can do things with a creature that's actually wanting those +1/+1 counters, but it's not effectively utilizing the mana, right? Because there's 1-drop that puts a +1/+1 counter on, which means this is not an effective unit of exchange for the mana. I'd say if it was a 4-drop that put 4 counters on, then we might be talking. Even with the Delirium, it's just not that good. Kessig Dire Swine has Trample, so it's just a vanilla 6/6 until you get that Delirium on, and it is really not worth it. Okay. Let's see. Threshold's another one that could be good. I think I spelled it hold. There we go. Okay. Nimble Mongoose is a classic. So this is one that it has Shroud, which means it can't be targeted by us or them, which is fantastic. It gets +2/+2 as long as there's 7 or more card types. So it goes from a 1/1 with Shroud to a 3/3 with Shroud, which is actually really good exchange of mana. I actually do like that. That is a good card to have. Werebear goes from a 1/1 mana dork to a 3/3 for 2. So we already get mana dorks when we do the Llanowar Mentor. We're already getting them for a 1-drop. It getting to be a 4/4 for 2, it could be worth it, to be honest. It could be. I just don't see it really being worth the late game investment, because other than it being a mana dork, it doesn't really do much. You know, it's just a 4/4. This is actually a worse case of that. So it's a 2/2, and then oh boy, it gets another +2/+2. So your 2/2 3-drop becomes a 4/4 3-drop, which is still not good because it has no other keyword abilities. So that's not really that worth it. This is search library for a basic land card. Put that into the play tap. Shuffle the library, and then Threshold is you get 3. Put them tapped, which I'd say that's actually probably worth it. So the typical exchange rate on these kinds of cards is typically you get 1 land onto the graveyard or onto the field, and 1 into your hand. So I actually think this is a decent card. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's a decent enough card we might consider it if we did that. The Croson Avenger has regenerate, which regenerate's a really awful keyword, to be honest. It just basically says, well, I guess a modern Magic equivalent would be basically putting a shield counter on it. So you activate regenerate in response to something trying to kill that thing. So it acts more like a shield from death. It's not good. It's just not good. It doesn't. If you have to sacrifice it, it's dead. You know, there's just no real reason for you to want to run it. This is pretty decent. This is actually really decent. So this is actually huge because there's not a whole lot of things that untap lands, which is kind of surprising. Typically, what they want you to do is they want you to untap like other creatures, or creatures themselves have a real way to untap. But this is actually pretty decent for what it does. So its threshold is untapping 3, which is pretty decent for a 3-drop. We might want to consider that, but again, there's no real reason to want to run it. Okay, so this one is an enchantment, so it's you're putting that onto your creature permanently. All creatures able to block enchanted creature do so. So you can use this as a bait effect for like if we had something with indestructible, I'd be able to bait out all the blockers to go onto it instead of worrying about your other stuff. So you can swing in with everything and not worry about anything dying, pretty much, and them taking all that damage without trample. So it's pretty alright. It's just I don't think this deck is going to want to necessarily do that. Because the way I read Llanowar Mentor, right? Like, the way I read it is it's an elf ball strategy. So elf ball is basically I'm going to dump a bunch of elves onto the board, and you're not going to be able to do a darn thing about it, because by the time you get around to trying to clear the board, we've already pumped it up enough to where your like damage effects aren't going to do much. Your board wipes are going to do even less, because we'll already be dead most time by the time you get an actual board wipe out. So yeah, it screams elf ball to me. So I guess it could be good. Sacrifice Nantuko, destroy. So this is a tit for tat sort of deal, and it's not even a good tit for tat, so we're just gonna pass by it. Another one of those bad pump ones. All the early threshold cards were not good, but as they got on, they learned sort of they had to tack more on for it to be playable. Put 3 cards from your graveyard at the bottom of your library, gets +3/+E in a turn. Play this ability only once each turn. So this is actually, it doesn't say it, but this is technically an activation. And it is basically you're giving yourself +3/+3 and putting 3 cards from the graveyard onto the bottom, so you're never milling out, which is actually not bad, to be honest. It doesn't say it's an interrupt, which means that you could probably do this at any point in your turn. Let's see what the rules text if there's been erratas. 3 cards, the graveyard at the top of your library, +3. Yeah, so it doesn't even specify when you can activate it, so it's assumed then, since it's an activated effect, that it is an instant ability, which is fantastic. It's exactly what we want to see. I'm actually kind of impressed by that, to be honest. That might actually be worth it running alone, because that's actually pretty good. That synergizes really well with the Mentor. And then here's a more recent one. Excavating Anarid. When Excavating Anarid enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a land. If you do, draw a card. So it's got draw. And then if you have 7 more cards in my graveyard, it gets +1/+1, has vigilance. So it becomes a 5-mana 5/5 vigilance. Except for the draw, this card's pretty bad for a modern card. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised they printed it. It's not even draft chaff, it's just bad. It doesn't conserve value at all. So those are the options for Llanowar Mentor. Like, really theme-wise, you're wanting to dump stuff into your graveyard to get the bigger things later. So let's see what big creatures we can get. So really the high end of the mana curve is going to be 5 and up, so any of these halfway decent commons might be worth it. But the problem is we can't go with the middle. Vanillas are just, unless there's something that specifically says give your vanilla stuff X or Y or Z. Except for Colossal Dreadmaw. We need to absolutely ban this card out of the format. It's just too strong. I don't see how it's still in here. And, okay. This is a common meme. I'm sorry. It's a common meme to joke that Colossal Dreadmaw was too strong. Actually, in one of the later commanders I was thinking about in this format. Here, I want to see if do I keep adjusting this thing? It seems to me like the face tracking today is not having any help here. Try this. A, B, C, D. Maybe. Yes, no, maybe so. Come on, Jim. All right. All right. I think it's working now. So, anyways, Colossal Dreadmaw works really well with one that I was looking at. Really kind of honestly I'm thinking this might be what we end up settling on, but we might want to tack on another color for some time. So that's General Marholt Else Dragon. So this is actually, no one runs this in the regular Commander format, but I feel like it has a lot of potential with Trample. So basically, you'll never want to trample with this guy because it says whenever a creature you control gets blocked, it gets +3/+3 until end of turn for each creature blocking it. Now, normally in a deck like with small creatures, like your token decks, you're wanting to. It's not tracking my mouth. Why is it not tracking my mouth? Why? Okay, we're good. It is. I'm just going crazy. All right. Anyways, so typically with blockers, you're wanting to block it, but if this is the case, you just pump all your damage into your creatures and let it rip. And I feel like that could actually be a pretty decent strategy, because if you look at the lists here on all these, don't do that. There we go. There's a lot of, most of this is actually mid-range. So there's some combo, right? So Lay Weaver, Lore Weaver. I want to see what this is. It's the two. Okay, so yeah, these are two partner cards. I'm guessing they're just using your typical blue shenanigans of untapping things to get things going. So that's combo, but most of these aren't aren't actually like aggro slash Voltron, which is kind of interesting. So mid-range aggro and Voltron. So like, let's take a look at Voltron Commander Sprite Dragon. So this is a classic. When you cast a non-creature spell, so it has prowess, essentially is what it says. Except this is not, actually this is not prowess. I stand correct, this is better than prowess. So this says whenever you catch a non-creature spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, which is absolutely bananas. That's huge. That basically says, I'm going to put you on a very, very short clock. If you can't deal with me in this amount of time, you're dead. Because commander damage is the thing. So in normal EDH, this would be 21 commander damage, right? But in multiplayer commander, it is 16. Or sorry, in Pauper Commander, it is 16. Which means that Voltron is a lot easier to get to. I actually really like that thing. That is a sweet little deck. I like this because basically you're just dumping a bunch of like dirtling effects, but it doesn't matter if they dirtle. So dirtling meaning like you're just doing a bunch of like drawing into playing this thing into playing that thing. But since you're playing a bunch of non-creatures, you're pumping that Sprite Dragon up insanely, and you're just gonna go for face. So I actually really like that. It's a cool concept for Voltron. Usually what Voltron is it's usually I'm gonna put a bunch of enchantments or equipments onto a creature and say, hit me in the face. You can't do jack about this. So let's see what the other Voltrons are. Patchwork Automaton. Patchwork Automaton. What is this? This is Ward 2, so it's got protection basically. Or evasion, I guess is what it's technically called. Whenever you catch an artifact, so it's like a worse version of Sprite Dragon. I keep wanting to say Spirit Dragon. It's Sprite Dragon. Patchwork Automaton. I feel like it's this. Oh, that's the one we just clicked on. Come on, Grant, get in there. Mystic Enforcer. I'm not impressed, to be honest. I'm actually surprised that they're putting this at. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's not even. I don't like that. I actually don't think that's very good. I don't think it's good because it's, yes, you're getting a big creature, but it's not doing anything aside from being big. It's not like it has somewhat evasion, but it's not great evasion. So let's see what we got going on for. How about Diviner Spirit? Deals combat damage. Draw you and that player each draw that many cards. So you can actually. That's not bad. You could draw someone out with that, or you could. Basically refresh your hand with Voltron-y effects when you hit them. So I like that. I like that. That's a cool card. Most aggros are just, I'm going to dump a bunch of stuff on here, and if you can't deal with it, oh, too bad. Lumberknot. Lumberknot mid-range. What is Lumberknot doing? Dies, put a +1/+1 counter on. That's gross. Oh, okay. That's more Voltron than the other thing. It's actually kind of scary. So most of this stuff is just, we're going to enter the battlefield, do something immediately, and then we can sack it and get them bigger. Neat. Neat. Okay. Definitely a neat concept. Neat strategy. I say I'm not really impressed with any of these. These are kind of good, but not like nothing nutty, to be honest. Nothing. I haven't seen anything here that's nutty. Like most of this stuff is like okay. Anyways, we're going off topic. So, but we let's just keep going on this. We'll see what we got. So this is a non-legendary, much like the other one. much like Llanowar. So it's a 2-drop, 1 white and 1 green for a 2/2. So we're good on the curve there. We got reach, we got lifelink, so we can block our flyers, and it's got lifelink, so we're gaining back life. We've got Outlast, which is really neat, and I really like this, like the way they structured this card. I wish they'd actually made this a legendary, because in regular Commander this would be a really sweet commander to have, and it even has a legendary type effect. So why it's not legendary, I'm not sure. So it has Outlast, and then each other creature you control with a +1/+1 counter also has Outlast. So you have the option to basically go absolutely bananas with your +1/+1 counters. It's very similar. I was actually planning on maybe trying something with Hamza. Hamza's really neat because it reduces cost. So like you can use it with stuff like Ornithopter, or not Ornithopter. What is it called? I cannot recall what it's called. It's a creature with an X cost. I guess it's not here. That's weird. It must be at an uncommon level. X in its cost. I guess not. I guess it doesn't have it. Let's see what has X in its cost. Zathrid. Here, like an Ivy Elemental, right? Ivy Elemental is a good one. So, you know, reducing the cost means that you can basically play it for 1 green mana and then however many reduction, and boom, you got that big of a creature, which is actually crazy good. I really like that. I thought there was actually more. So there's like the Hydras, obviously. Most of these Hydras have it as an ability. So like your Nyxborn Hydras. I could have sworn there were more. Maybe I know what's going on. Most of the Hydras are printed at rarity. So that's probably why we're not seeing too many at uncommon. But there's plenty of stuff that like says like pay X and do X. So the more mana you can prevent from needing spread. Plus you can just dump big creatures with this thing. So like stuff with big generic costs you can just dump on the field, and that's actually really decent. Hamza's honestly one of those ones I've been wanting to build for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it. Alright, so but Arcus Acolyte's just a really neat, because Outlast is such a cool concept. Like Outlast cards, and they only printed a certain number of them, right? Because like it was an Abzan thing for 1 set. Like it's sad you can't do that. Like you can't play a whole lot of Outlast stuff. But the good news is there's only one that's not, you can't play with in this deck. And the Outlasts all have like you can do X, you know, like each creature with +1/+1 has trample, each creature with has reach. This one doesn't have that, but there were others that did, and they're usually at higher levels. So yeah, having a really low Outlast cost and giving that to creatures that have like say modular, actually kind of really nutty. Like, so basically when these creatures die, you can transfer their counters to other creatures with in this case it's artifact creatures, but there's plenty that actually don't have that stipulation. So like Warden of the Scale, I think. Is it Warden of the Scale or is it? Servant to the Scale. That's what it is. So types like this, there are actually a bunch of them that do this similar effect, and they're all really neat. I really like ever since I first saw cards like these, I honestly thought that they had really high potential to be able to be decent in something. So unfortunately in typical play it's not super strong. So that's what Arcus Acolyte, which I would not, I would actually be okay with playing it like this, because this is such a cool card to be able to sort of mess around with and make bigger. Same with Hamza, but you got to do one or the other is the sad thing, since these are both uncommons. And you got, if you're playing Pauper Commander, you got to use Pauper cards. So, next one on our list here is Creeping Trailblazer. Other elementals you control get +1/+0, so it's got sort of an anthem effect for elementals specifically, which is pretty broad creature type. And then this one actually pumps itself, so it's +1/+0 or +1/+1 until end of turn for each elemental you control. So if you have a bunch, obviously it's kind of like an overrun effect. It can kind of Voltron itself in that sense. But that's providing you use a lot of like tool elementals. So like a lot of the a lot of the better elementals are actually slotted at rarity, so a rare level. So it's kind of bad in that sense. But there's some stuff that actually is pretty decent. So like Healer of the Glade, actually saw Sander play for a little bit. Our friend Ivy Elemental is once again up here. Scorch Spitter sees some pretty decent stuff, or decent play in standard aggro, or used to at least. I don't know if it's still even in standard. But yeah, this is just like, I want broad utility. I had no idea Brightheart Banner was actually at common level, so that's kind of cool. You don't usually get these tribal sort of effects at common level, so you want to really look for stuff like that. And since elementals are pretty well established, like there's been through majority of these like history of Magic, you're gonna find plenty of what you need. Herald King of Skemfar. Pretty neat card. So basically, if you want to set up for Elf Ball, you can do that. It doesn't have to be elves though. You can also play it with warriors. TiMBR's kind of irrelevant because all those cards are at mythic level. So like your TiMBR. Actually, no, I'm sorry. One's at rarity. I think it's one of the more recent Planeswalkers of TiMBR. So TiMBR's a Planeswalker, if you didn't know. This is a cool little deck for elves and warriors, but don't worry about TiMBR. It's not going to matter. And it's kind of alright. I'm not a huge fan of it. If we want actual elf ball types, Imperious Perfect is like literally the poster child for like dumb elf combos. There's also another one that is similar to Land War Mentor called what is it called? It's a Heritage Druid. Heritage Druid was another option if we didn't want to run Land War Mentor. But Heritage Druid doesn't make its own elves, so it's kind of lesser in my opinion. I think because you're getting the same exchange rate, right? There are more combos you can do, like untapping your elves, but I honestly feel like Llanowar Mentor, even though it's slower, it has more potential. It has more potential to be like a decent deck or a decent all-around card, no matter what's on the field at the time. So that's a personal opinion of me, obviously. And then Paris Perfect is basically just like, hey, we're gonna do that, but they're just elf warriors, and we're gonna overrun you. It's all right, not my favorite. Kind of why I'm passing it so fast. This is a cool card for what is it? For like Trample Tribal, which there's some cards for it, but not a whole lot. So it's got Trample, and it gives other creatures you control Trample. The Jackal part really doesn't matter because there's like, I think a grand total like 4 Jackals ever printed, which is sad because Kenras are kind of a neat concept, but they were not explored nearly enough. Maybe if we get a return to Amonkhet at some point, we'll see more into the tribal, but as of right now, it's just not useful at all. It's just not a useful subtype or creature type. Anyways, but you're gonna want tribal trample basically. So like, there's cards. Get out uncommon here real quick. 4, 3. You control with trample. Here. Creatures you control gain trample. Actually used to have a lot more cards that say that. So Tribal Trample's probably not going to work in this setting, to be honest. Not in like you need to have, or if you have Trample, you do this. It's just more so like, if we want to have big creatures, boom. I don't know if I want to spend too much time on this because I feel like General Mersault is better for this than the Kenra, which is sad, but it's whatever. So I threw this in here. I don't usually play with blue and black, just because I find what the colors do disgusting, but that's just because I'm not a smart man, and I like just being very abrupt with just, I hit you for face and you die sort of deal in Magic. Anywho, boy, my model froze on a really funny frame there. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. Okay. There we go. For some reason, I keep having to bounce back with that. So, anyways, Raul, troubleshooter, right? So, what are your types here? Zombie, mutant, rogue. So, I don't know why they keep slapping zombies onto ghouls, because really, ghouls are not zombies; they're just mutants. I feel like it would have been cooler. They probably only did that for like the type bonuses for the archetype. Anyways, it does play well as a zombie commander, to be completely honest with you. It does. So it's all about mill, putting things into the graveyard. Usually zombies care about you getting things into the graveyard so you can get things back. It mills every player, but I really don't see that being the main theme here. The main theme I'd see would be recursion, so like zombies, which I hate doing that because, again, he's not really a zombie. Like, these aren't zombies. They just look like zombies. Here, let's type in zombies. See if it comes up with anything. This says protection from zombies. That's not helpful. I'll filter for color identity, see if it helps at all. Alright. Turn non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And then amasses. I'm very surprised that there's not actually. Because a lot of these are just amass cards, which they're good. Amass is a neat neat theme, like a keyword for your deck, but it's not like what I run necessarily. Here's one, Gem Palm Polluter, obviously. When you cycle it, you have target player lose 1 life for each zombie in play, which can be pretty big in the right decks. And also, I think it cycles, doesn't it work with Raul? We're milled this turn, so it has to be milled. So that's the one thing I'd say Raul's probably not good for, is it's more like, alright, I'll grab something that doesn't come back really easily, and then everything else goes in my graveyard, and hopefully it comes back at some point. I don't think Living End is actually available. I could be wrong. Let me check. No, Living End is not. So Living End basically says everyone has to sacrifice their creatures that they currently have, and they get all this stuff back from their graveyard. So it's not that good. I'm sure you can make it work. I'm sure like there's some deck out here that's really abusing Raul here, but I just don't see it right, like personally. Alright. Scarlet Thrynax. One of my old but favorite cards, dude. I used to have one of these. Used to run a little Jund shell. It wasn't good. It was very casual, and it wasn't even in standard. But it was back when I was first starting to play Magic, and really, really loved all the Jund stuff. Jund amount was a big, thing we'd say. Turns out it was actually from a video, and I guess it's a big saying. But yeah, Scarlet Thrynax does very Jund things. Instead of Devour, which is only on entry, so let me just show you sort of an example. Get off this. Here. So, normal Devour mechanic is when it enters the battlefield, you can sacrifice any number of creatures. Then it comes in with that many times 2. So it's one and done sort of deal with that. But this is just static 1 for 1. You sack a creature, you get a +1/+1 counter. He grows big, he eats big, he becomes a big boy. Big beefy boy, bashes face. That would be the plan, right? You want stuff that is gonna benefit if it dies, and overall is just like, it is the sack outlet. Like, if you can find things that combo, great, like, good for you. But this is the main threat of the deck. Is just we beat them to death with a big lizard, which I think is awesome. I love the concept of that. Similar with this is similar to actually Raul, actually more so than the Scarlet Thrynax. So Urg, Spawn of Turg, is a frog beast from Dominaria. I don't remember what that Dominaria set is. But this monstrous boy is a 3-mana X5, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard, which, that's pretty neat. It's hard to pull off though, so I actually tried building this in regular Commander, and I did not go very well, just because unless you're Gitrog monster and you're getting them you're putting them in the graveyard anyways to get draw value out of it, you're just not getting enough back for throwing things in the graveyard, which sucks, but oh well. That's how it is. Not much you can do about that. But it is it is still a possibility. If the bottom text that says sack land, gain 2 life, if that wasn't on, like, it didn't have mana requirement, actually might be decent, but it just doesn't do enough for what it is. It's just a big frog. And in the end, big frogs can get big killed or exiled. So on crop champions, a bit more of a combo-y sort of piece. If we can figure out a way to copy him, basically he sits on the field. Untap a bunch of stuff, which I do not know how you make that work. To be honest, I don't know how you would make this work in a combo. I just the fact that it untaps whenever you exert it means that it's doing something possibly for some combo that I do not see because I am not smart enough to run it. But it is a human warrior. Those are very what's the word? Very relevant creature types. And there's plenty of ways to untap this thing, right? So it's possible it could be a pretty decent card in some sort of popper combo. Again, I wish I was smart enough to actually realize what I could do with it. So with that being said, I'm not sure what to do with it, to be honest. I'm not sure if we want to... Let me think about this. What would be a good use of this card, right? First of all, let's adjust our thing so you're not... there we go. For some reason, our camera really likes to jump. Looks like I keep waking up. Anyways, so yeah, it's wiser men than me will play around with this and find something to do with it. Actual legendary time, Celeborn the Wise. So, which I thought it was Celebrimborn, but I guess I'm wrong on that. I'm just that I'm not nearly nerdy enough into Lord of the Rings. I need to reread the books, to be honest, because I read them when I was like in 7th grade and I didn't reread them when I should have. But that's neither here nor there. Anyways, whenever you attack with one or more elves, scry 1. Whenever you scry, it gets +1/+1 into turn for each card looked at while scrying this way. So, big ask here is that the only... it's technically a 4/4, very technically. Only if you manage to attack with him, and that's only until end of turn. So, at least he's also providing for this elf scry, but I mean, if you have a bunch of elves, which at 4 mana, you probably should have at least 2-3 other elves on the board at this point. You know, you're hoping that you're swinging this guy next turn for like 7, 8, 9 damage, and if you're not, then well, you're probably already in a bad spot. It's just a feels good commander. Could be fun for the right brew, but I'm not a big fan of mono green elves, so we'll just pass on it. Now, I really wish they would. I wish Decked Builder would fix how the art is on the back, because basically this is one of those flip cards, so it has 2 faces. There's the daylight and the moonlight, or daybound and nightbound, or whatever mechanic. So that's how they handle the new werewolves. it's, I mean, what else can I say about it? It's just basically going to be your werewolf tribal type. You're hoping to take your wolves and werewolves and make them decent. You know, you can lock them in with, like, so the other side says other creatures you control, so not even just your wolves and werewolves, just other creatures, +1/+0. So it's got an anthem on the back, but you really want to keep this in the daybound, because that's going to be your creature token pumping, and then something like an Immerwolf. Which is the other option here if we want to go werewolves. The only problem here is a lot of the better werewolves of the werewolves we want to use are at uncommon rarity. So if we were to use Immerwolf, we basically do not have enough werewolves or wolves to be able to justify using it. So mainly Child of the Pack is just, hey, you want wolves? We'll give you wolves. It's a Gruul wolf commander, essentially. So that's the main thought process there. So it could be neat. It could be neat, but I don't think I want to do that necessarily. Darling of the Masses, right? This is an interesting one because citizens are not super common when it comes to actual number of them out there, but they are there because this is a big thing during what is this called, New Capenna. So the problem is it doesn't have that extra blue, which you want for majority of these, because majority of these are other colors in addition to their first color. So kind of a rough situation here, where you got your citizen tribal. You can get more tokens that are citizens for tribal, but I don't know if it necessarily has enough going for it to really want you to spend all that to get it back, or to get your value, because it's asking a lot. Honestly, it asks a lot. I mean, you do have this one. I haven't seen this one. So this is Cation Crier. Basically makes you pump out white citizens. I could see this working, and this. I could see this working. Do you have access to the automatons? Where's the changeling? Will obviously matter a bit. I'm trying to remember what the card is. Creature type. Here, let's see if we got the. What does this one do? Ashnod's transmogrification. Non-artifact becomes artifact. Okay. So that could be good, and I had an idea with Hamza for making artifacts cheaper and basically just dropping a bunch of artifacts. Coordinate Barrage is one of those cool cards that you could use in this case, because it's basically like, I'm going to deal this much damage to an attacking or blocking creature that your opponent has, so that's kind of neat. Target non-brushwag creature. Sometimes it's kind of funny, but no, that's not what I'm looking for here. Relics Roar. Creature type, universal. A lot of this is just going to bring up changeling, because that's part of the keyword for changeling, unfortunately. Oh, I know what you can do. Just make it color ID none. That'll take out a lot of these. So that becomes a citizen. That becomes a citizen. Nope. Okay. Apparently, a bunch of the extra oomph cards you get for are at uncommon. I'm guessing they're at uncommon here. Hold on, let me confirm. Pillar of Origins. Yep. Herald's Horn. So what I'm seeing is basically any of the like pretty decent like creature types that you want to run just do not work if you don't have the support in that already. So that's kind of unfortunate, but you know, it's how it is. So so citizen we might want to put on the back burner just because there's not a whole lot of citizens available, and there's not a lot of pump for that. Next would be Furious Spine Splitter. So Furious Spine Splitter, right? If you, at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each opponent that was dealt damage this turn. So if you are, it doesn't say combat damage, just damage. In a multiplayer commander game, obviously, you will get a ton because, and it does specify your end step, so that is one way they nerf it, sort of. But I'm not sure if I mean, because you're essentially at the end of this turn, you're getting a 6/6 if you dealt damage to everyone, and then it becomes a 9/9, and then a 12/12, and so on and so forth until hopefully one of your opponents is dead, because the trample is going to matter a lot. I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. It's really, really cool. It's got a lot of good things going for it, but it's one of those things where if you get removed, and that three drop, if it's a 3 or if it's 4 drop for a 3/3, that gets bolted and dies. And Lightning Bolt is in this. So, and then we got Marhal Elstragon. That's your trample tribal doodah. Glory Scale Vyashino. Really interesting concept here. So it says whenever you play a multicolored spell, it gets +3/+3 until end turn. This is going to be an amazing Voltron commander. It does suffer from the same thing before. I will say this is a little more flexible because this is not. You can dump a bunch of multicolored spells before combat, and you've got all the like hybrid cards. No, let me see if I can find them. Okay, so we don't want white blue, we want white red only. So like these, it's like the hybrid mana. They count as both, which is, I mean, that's gonna be great, right? So you could dump a whole bunch of these types of hybrid stuff and pump this into big, you know, so you get a lot of value out of it automatically without it having to necessarily dump a whole lot of mana. And then with something like double cleave onto Glory Scale, that is hitting for fatal almost every time. Hold on. I really got to get a new camera dangle or bow dangle, whatever it's called. Dongle, kajingle, who knows. Anyways, so yeah, so that's the main idea behind Glory Scale. I honestly kind of really want to play this because it has such a good potential to be a really, really powerful Voltron. Yeah, it's just that's all that needs to be said. It's just it can be really, really stupid good. Orfeo the Boulder, right? When you attack, double target creature power until end turn. Yeah, it could be good. If you're doubling target creature's power, obviously you don't have to do yourself. You can do a big trampler, or you can do something else that has myriad, and then it gets the copy trigger from the myriad. So basically, if you target one with it before myriad trigger goes off, you can stack the effect so that your myriad tokens are getting hit. Well, let's see how many myriads we have actually. So yeah, we got plenty of little guys that we can get myriad value for, which is pretty decent. I'd say it's a good option if you want to do that. There's other copying effects you could do. I wouldn't necessarily worry about it too much though. I'd say best bet is just a hybrid between. I'd say mid-range probably. So you could go Voltron with it, but I'd probably recommend mid-range with this. Maybe Warrior Tribal? I don't know if near Warriors have enough Tribal in that call. That common, because common is kind of hard. It's hard to haunt, or hard to. There we go. Warrior creatures. Disowned Ancestor, Gloom, Kelvern Warrior. There's that one card that says Elementals and Warriors. So yeah, there's plenty of warrior support. So I'd say it's one of those, because obviously there's like it's got to be one of the most common subtypes. So I'd say go for it, right? If you want to try that. If you want sort of a standalone warrior, though, I'd say probably something else. So, but Orfeo's pretty good on a beat stick level. It's really good. I think you probably could do something with that. This is one of those myriad cards, right? But it's kind of got a twist. So it says power is equal to the number of creatures you control. And that includes the copies that it's going to make from the myriad trigger. So, I mean, you think it's a 1/4, but as soon as that myriad goes off in a 4-player game, you're getting a 4/4 there. And those are 4/4/4s. 4/4/4s for 4 mana. You bet your sweet Bippy we're going to say that's good. That's fantastic, to be honest. I think this actually might be a really high contender for what we might want to run. First of all, because worms are pretty underrepresented in terms of like I mean, there's Barrow or Baru, whatever, that technically is like the worm commander, quote unquote, but there's no worm tribal support really. So if you want to use a worm and have it be effective, in Pauper at least, the Pauper commander, this would be a really good option for you, because this is basically, hi, I see you have I see that you have a lot of creatures. Well, so do I, and so here's a 14/14 with trample coming your way. Oh, not just your way, sorry, everyone's way, including the guy who only has one creature. So yeah, it has the potential to be really, really stupidly good. and I actually really like that. So we're gonna put that as like a very good possibility. Another thing that has really good possibility of being pretty decent is Sunder Shaman. So this gets around your, because I realize that populate and token decks would be pretty common for just the fact that they have to be, because there's a lot of your better creatures are gone, so you want stuff that just makes more of itself. So it can't be blocked by more than one creature. So this is getting around the problem that Else Dragon it has. It's already a 5/5 for 4, which is fantastic, you know. You're already getting more than your base stat value needs. And then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you're destroying a target artifact or enchantment that player controls. So I'm not going to sit here and say it's the end-all be-all, because it's not. It actually has... It just has potential to be a really good card. It has good color base for that. It has good color base to just basically be like a threat amongst many threats. So it's not necessarily going to get hated out immediately. But it will be a card that comes down and hopefully sees value. It doesn't have immediate like enter the battlefield effect, but it does have, if it sticks around, it does have good value power on there. So I'd say it's probably worth at least looking at as a commander. This one I threw in again. It's another one of those Fallout themed ones. Yeah, so Young Death Claws are a lizard mutant with Menace. It's a 4/2, so we're subtracting 2 from the value. So there better be a good reason for that, and that is because it gives all creature cards in your graveyard scavenge equal to its mana cost. So I'm kind of tempted to see this thing play, because if it's the commander, if it's a regular commander game, it's probably not going to see enough play, because it's just, you maybe get in your hand, and I think other than for rolls, there's not really any good like scavenge commanders, but there are plenty of cards with like stupid amounts of power that just die and don't do anything. That if you get it and you're able to scavenge it, you know, that's actually pretty nutty. So let's see if we can find them, because there's like, ideally we're looking for stuff that's low cost that can be thrown in the graveyard and not worry about. Yeah, so like Barrel Ghoul, you pay 2 mana for 4. Again, getting your actual value for your mana spent is important. So yeah, scavenging that be really good. Bayou kind of also fits that, where like it'll come in, it'll eat something, or if it dies, oh well. You know, pretty good for a scavenge target. That's 5 counters. Honestly, that's such a sweet. It's such a sweet. Like, Young Death Claws might actually be what we use, because the ability to utilize graveyards that easily for stuff that's not. There's not going to be a whole lot of graveyard recursion in this format. Being able to use it, and we're the only ones that can. Plus, it has Menace, so I mean, you're looking at a really strong card here. You're looking at a card that, unless it's dealt with early enough, it will snowball into Voltron, or not even Voltron. You don't even have to scavenge onto it. You can scavenge onto any of your other value creatures. So if your not that one, your Bayou Groffs. Imagine that getting like hit with say an Alpine Grizzly, So 3 mana to put 4 counters on there. You know, that's now a 9/8. And we're only at turn 5. Getting big things, and it's pretty much just it's do you want sticking power? You got sticking power now. Like, that's what Scavenge was initially designed for, was having actual sticking power on the board. So if you lose your cards, you get them back. It also works along with Delve. So, like, or not Delve. What is it called? Hold on, Life from the Loam. Dredge. That's what I'm thinking of. So Dredge is an old mechanic from original Ravnica. Basically, if you draw a card, you put those cards in, and then you get that card back. But you're basically just filling your graveyard, is the idea of it. So, but yeah, it's one of those where you don't mind it when it goes in, because you're gonna get stuff back. And it actually turns this Drudge Beetle. Wait, hold on. Does it say has Scavenge? Scavenge is equal to its mana cost, so it doesn't even have to. You replace. It's a replacement effect, so you don't even have to use this Scavenge. You can use the Young Deathclaw Scavenge, and suddenly that Drudge Beetle, which normally costs 6 to Scavenge, which would be garbage, awful, not even worth it. Now it's 2 mana for 2 counters, which is not a bad exchange rate, and you don't even have to expend a card from your hand. So, I mean, yeah, fantastic. I actually really like that as a concept. I think I might actually. I think that might be what we end up picking. I don't know. It has such good potential. Like look at this. With Reinforce, you're discarding it anyways, putting counters on, so counters matter. And then when that thing gets out of the graveyard, you're not paying 7 mana. That's stupid. You're paying 4 mana for the 4/4 worth of, or for the 4 worth of counters onto whatever's on the board. That has good value. I mean, it's, this has some really good potential to be a really good mid-range style deck. Enduring Scale Lord. So we're getting into these are getting into the higher mana costs, so they better have something to offset their initial value, or you're going to be stuck for having these into your command zone for the whole time. So what does Scale Lord provide us? Well, first of all, it's a 4/4 flyer. That's about a 5 mana value on average, just because of how powerful flying is as a mechanic, because it gives you evasion basically. But that's not why we're here, right? Whatever, because it's first of all, it's 2 more than or 1 more than it should be. Whenever 1 or more 1/1 counters is placed onto a creature you control, you put a 1/1 counter on Enduring Scale Lord. So this is a whatever you do, I'm getting as well sort of effect, which means this dragon, while you're growing your other stuff, unless they're able to board wipe you with something, you are getting fatter and fatter and fatter, and they are looking more and more scared. And if there's something that puts a bunch of counters on a bunch of things separately, then you put them on there. So yeah, it's a really good card. It's a really good card. Nothing to write home about because it is 6 mana and there's no reduction to it. It's just it's got a cool art, cool mechanic, but it's more like I'm a win more sort of deal. So I'm not as hyped about it as with something like Hamza, which is the one that we were talking about. We either run this or the Arcus Acolyte. I personally like Arcus Acolyte better, but Hamza has some neat potential with bigger creatures. So We're looking for like 6+ cost creatures that are, you know, playing around with different effects. So like like that's a good card to have reduction, because it's normally it's not really worth the cost, but if you're playing it for like 4-drop, or like even like I'd say probably max you want to be paying for this is 4-drop, but even a 1-drop of it, like say you have the nuts and your board is full, you get that ability to put +1/+1 counters on creatures, which is pretty good. Not the best though. So these types would be best. So these are immediately come down, do something effects. You can put 2 +1/+1s, or you can gain 4 life. You're only getting that for that. And this is even Abzan theme, so it's kind of works out that way. This one already gets reduction, so that's pretty neat. Kind of works out that way. I'm sure there's better stuff in here I haven't seen. I would say this would be a good example, because this is setting you up with the adventure, so that you play the adventure, which is choose target creature, mill 4 cards, put +1/+1 on that creature for each creature card milled that way. So you're getting your +1/+1 counters automatically, so it's setting you up. And then it's a big badger that enters and you gain life. So it's not like a dud. Like if it comes out and dies, it's not a dud. You still gain that 3 life. And you only paid so much for it because of the reduction, theoretically. So this is kind of funny, because this is not going to get reduction, but you can get your Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah. Convoke could work too, like using this in conjunction with big convoke creatures. I mean, you've already got your +1/+1 counters on a certain amount of creatures, so you want to go wide anyways. So this is just like go wide and go fat. We want creatures though, that's the thing. Oh, and that's another thing I hadn't considered. You can cast your disguise stuff for cheap too. Your disguise, your not manifest, your what is it called? Morph creatures. You can cast them for cheaper with Hamza, since it's reduction of generic mana. Let's see. Do. What would we want? Let's just look for something that looks good. Ideally, you want something that does something whenever it comes down. Right, so if it's just kind of a generic creature, you don't typically get your values worth, because if there's a board wipe or whatever, you die. So this is a good one. This is a good one, right? Because it's like one of those things where it's fat before. It's cool because it has a early game possibility. So you can discard it early, get a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. So yeah, there's cards like that where if it's not like immediately available, you want to have something that something it can do in addition to when it's coming down, right? Because otherwise, if it's not doing anything and it comes down, and it's also not doing anything else, right? You're like if it comes down, does something, and then it's not doing anything else. It's sort of at that point a mute card. You've gotten your value other than swinging with it, obviously. Kazandu Chomper, not really that good. The problem with commons is commons a lot of times are printed as like draft chaff, so like you get a bunch of them for drafting and they don't provide any actual value beside that. So but I'd say with stuff like your convokes and your cycling stuff, or ideally adventure. Adventure would probably be best. So if you have stuff like this where it's like it has an adventure side to it, it's just gonna end up being better. It's just gonna end up being way better if you have if you're getting value alongside it, right? All right, so last one is Savage Ventmaw, right? This is the last one on our potential list. So when it attacks, add red, green, green, or red, green, green, green. So basically pays for its own cost. And until end of turn, this mana doesn't empty from your mana phase as steps and phases end. So this is actually from the same cycle that Enduring Scale Lord is. I think there were like, hold on, let me check and make sure, because these are all from Dragons of Dark here. I don't want to misspeak here. Dragons. There's one for like all the Dragon Lords, so I'll bet you I can just hold on. And then color ID, let's see, white, black, or sorry. So blue, black was not Tasigur. What is it called? Silumgar. So the ruthless, because these are all going off of like the naming convention is what the dragons are known for, and then something that fits in with that theme, right? So like you got Enduring Scale Lord, you've got Savage Ventmaw, you've got Ruthless Deathfang. I'm guessing Ojutai is something like Ice Lord or something. So whenever you sacrifice a creature, target opponent sacrifices a creature. This is like your baby Dragon Lords, basically, if you want to run this cycle. That's actually not a bad card that I'm looking at. This is not a bad card. This is a very much I hurt myself, but you get hurt too. If I go down and bring you with me. Alright, let me see. So we have Dromoka, Atarka, Silumgar, let's see, we had Dromoka, Atarka, Silumgar, I'm trying to remember the other two. Oh, Kolagon. So Kolagon was black and red. Let's see what that one does. The cycle for that one does. Probably something. No, that's not it. We're looking for. There we go. Swift. So Swift Warkite. Enters the battlefield and put creature cards with CMC 3 or less from battlefield to hand. Return it haste. Return it to your hand at the next end step. So it's actually, I didn't even realize this. Most of these play off the mechanic for the dragon. So, for instance, the reason Silumgar's colored dragon, so that's the blue-black one we were just looking at, has the whenever you sacrifice, they sacrifice, because the mechanic for that was exploit. Obviously, Dromoka's is it's not Outlast. I don't remember what it's called, but it's basically it's playing around with it's bolster. So whenever you do an action, you put a counter on the creature with the lowest toughness, or tied with the lowest toughness. Savage or Swift is obviously based on the it wasn't Rush, was it? I'm trying to remember what the mechanic was called. Dash is what it was called. So yeah, you're getting your dash value, so you're dashing something in along with the Swift Warkite. Not that great, other than getting it back out of your graveyard and into your hand, which actually could be huge now that I'm thinking about it more clearly. But and I'm trying to remember what did Savage Vent? What does that play around? Now I think about it. I don't know. I don't actually remember what. I think it was Formidable, but I'm not. Let me look it up. Red, green. I think it was Formidable. I could be wrong. I can't remember what they did. It's really a failed mechanic if I can't even remember what it was called. This is sad. Let me see if I can scroll all the way down and see if I can find it. Historic. Gosh, we got to go all the way back, dude. It's been a year since this, and that's sad because like this was right about halfway. I think it was like the end of the year that I started. It might have been a year after, actually, now that I think about it. Dragons of Tarkir. Harbinger of the Hunt. So, what was the theme on this? Oh, I don't want this. I want only. Not Megamorph for sure. It wasn't Megamorph. What was it? It was... It was so bad. It was Formidable. Why didn't it bring it up as the key? Man, the system even forgot it was a keyword, apparently. Maybe I misspelled it. I don't know. Yeah, Formidable was a very, very bad mechanic, actually. Because it required you to have total power 8 or more among creatures, which is doable, but you had to pay stupid costs to be able to do it. It just did not work. It didn't work at all. Just the amount of non-use this saw just tells you everything you need to know about it. It just was not worth it. And it was bolster, it was exploit. Now the question is, what was blue white? I don't even remember what because I know it was Ojutai. I just can't remember what the mechanic for it was. It was, let's see. Maybe it was morph. Maybe it was morph. That's kind of sad if it was morph. I don't think Megamorph was actually worth it. Dragon Lord Ojutai. Rebound. I think it was Rebound, and I think it was only on mainly the cards themselves. I don't think it was really a thing on actual. I guess it was Megamorph. No, because there are other cards that make a morph too, and I don't remember them being good at all. I guess we gotta see if there's any other dragons like that. No, it was this. So it was the prowess plus that they had, but I don't remember ever seeing it really used because it was always on fat creatures, like creatures that just did not typically get to be played. But yeah, so big prowess basically, but the problem with it is doesn't have sticking power. Anyways, we've gone down that rabbit hole long enough. Let's go ahead. We'll jump back to where we originally were at. Which is, I think I want to use Young Deathclaws. I think that's honestly what we want to do. Just because Young Deathclaws is, first of all, awesome to be able to use a Deathclaw as like valuable. Now, do I remember how to undo this? Oh, I do remember how to do this. I do remember how to do this. Alright. Alright, we can get rid of these one at a time. Got it, okay. So Young Deathclaws is going to end up being our commander, huh? That's kind of hot. I'm not going to lie, that's kind of hot. So we want to go for stuff that's going to hit the board and then hit the road, or rather have sacrifice outlets. First things first, we're going to look at anything black and green, because usually they'll have that as a theme to it. We're going to want to get any of the lands, because getting a fixture is decent. Artifact land that deals damage, tapped, bounce land, swamp forest, jungle hollow gains life, strangled cemetery, which actually, these lands aren't that bad in Pauper Command from what I understand, because you're getting to low enough life typically quickly enough that it does become a thing that actually is useful. Witherbloom Campus, because we always want to be able to have utility lands. Snow. Alright, and we're just not going to worry about Elves of Deep Shadow, Odious Trowel. We got our Slitherhead, which is an automatic scavenge. It kind of, it could work. So we'll put it as a possibility. We need to take the Young Deathclaws out of the actual creature pool. Target creature from graveyard to your hand, gain 2 life, spells kicked, return another. So this could be decent. We'll put anything we think we might be able to use, and then we'll cut down from there, right? Because that's the ideal way to do it. This is literally 0 value to us. This is 1 value for 2, not worth it. Not worth it. Dark Heart of the Woods, literally I've never seen this useful except for outside Gitrog. Like, Gitrog's good, but this could be neat because this fulfills Young Deathclaw's wish to have creature in the graveyard to be able to scavenge. So it could be useful for that. I think that might actually be one we might be able to use. So we'll put it in for now. It's not premium removal, because premium removal would be anything we get for instant speed. We really want instant speed stuff. If we don't get instant speed stuff, then it's not really all that jazz. All right. Glowspore Shaman enters mill 3 cards. Put a land card from graveyard on top of the library. Pretty good because you're getting the value out of it. It's 3 counters for 2 mana. Grizzly Salvage. Yes. Could be good. Creature dies. Turn it tapped. Under owner's control. Nah. Land Ward's red. Not good. Pay 2 life. Only once each turn. Not worth it. Spell that is both black and green. Becomes 4/5. Doesn't matter. In the graveyard. When you green life, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Researcher. This is an interesting card. Not worth it in this deck, but it is an interesting popper card. I haven't seen this before. Alright, Bog Badger has a kicker. What does it say when it kicked? You control gain menace until end of turn. No, I can't see it. I can't see it as a good card. Not in here. No. This works out with our thing. At the beginning of combat, you may forage. When you forage, put a +1/+1 counter on Corpseberry Cultivator. You know, I'm halfway between that being decent and not worth it. I'm gonna just pass on it for now because I don't think it's even worth sticking there. I'm passing that one too. Discard a creature card. Erstwhile gets +2/+2. Activate only once per turn. None of these stupid once per turn deals. Yes, you can pitch stuff with it, but I don't think that actually is worth the extra pain you deal with it, because you are dealing with. Hold on, let's see if it actually works. I keep having to mess with my model here, and it's kind of pissing me off, to be honest. Hold on, we're gonna test this real quick. Oh, it's on my. It's not my settings. I'm just it's too far up. That's why I have to adjust it down a bit to be able to talk. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and it's not bad. That's not bad. As long as my mouth is moving at least somewhat, it's not bad. So yeah, not worth it. Alright, Expanding Ooze. So we have Adapt, so we're already getting +1/+1 counters. Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target modified. And modified creatures are. This is the first one we're for sure gonna put in the deck, because not only does it have Adapt, which is putting +1/+1 counters on, so if it matters, it is also putting +1/+1 counters on other modified creatures you control, which we will have because counters are modifications. So we are for sure putting that in there. The Golgari Cluestone. It's just one of those sack things we can do. I think the Locket's better in this case. Because we still want Mana Rocks. Because Mana Rocks are good for freeing up mana at later points. And plus, you can sacrifice this later and draw 2 cards, which is pretty good if you're in a pinch. Grim Contest is kind of not really worth it. Pest Summoning. Okay. Create 2 1/1 black and green pest creatures with, when this dies, gain 1 life. Not worth it. Doesn't have any added value. Pitiless Gorgon. It's just a Death Toucher. This is kind of neat because you can sack a creature to destroy target enchantment, which that's actually kind of worth value. I'm kind of scratching my head on this one because that could be good. I'm gonna actually probably pass on it just because it is effectively 4 mana to be able to do it, and you have to sacrifice a creature, so it's whatever the bat mana would be as well. And this deck isn't looking to necessarily get too many onto the board. Just the ones that are on the board are going to stick around for a while and pack house. This could be good. And persist creatures are going to be fantastic in this deck because if it has no -1/-1 counters on it, we can put it a +1/+1 counter on it and counter out the wither. And then even then, our 3 mana for 2 counters isn't the worst. Having the wither is kind of a neat way of having a combat trick. Shambling Shell actually could work because you're getting counters and you're dredging possibly, and you're possibly getting your 3 mana for 3 counters. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent in this shell. No. This is one of those cards where I scratched my head when they first printed it because none of it screams Golgari. It screams like maybe possibly being Setlesnia, but I'm not sure about that. It's just not a good card. It doesn't have any cohesion. If it was Lifelink Death Touch, I could see that, but it doesn't have any cohesion. Strength of the Night. No. All right, what's this one? It's a 1/4 defender. Nah. Warwood Dryad is a 3/1 for 3. Gains Forest Walk or Swamp Walk. Nah, we're not even. That's not even close to worth. Hello. Okay. 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 This is. We're cooking now. We're cooking here. That is a great scavenge target. And it's a great creature nonetheless, because a lot of people these days don't run creatures. As you saw in sort of this deck list here, a lot of these are sort of control shells. This is a control shell? Hold on. I need to check this out. Gruul control shell. With 35 creatures? I think not. That's mid-range. That's not control. That's mid-range. I don't agree with that. A lot of people throw like a bunch of removal pieces in a mid-range and say it's a control, but if you're not countering things on the stack, it does not count. Why are my eyes blinking back and forth? My eyes are not having a good time right now. Alright, anyways, let's see, what's the control here? Hollow Marauders, not, Azorius is classic control, right? So, like, anything with them is typically, you're gonna see a lot of control shells. So this is Soul Sisters type control. And it looks like you actually have 20 creatures, which is surprising because usually they try to run lower on creatures. So maybe in this format they do run a little more higher in terms of creatures. But like Gorian, what the heck is this? This is a troll. This is a troll. What the heck is this? Yeah, this is just somebody who didn't know what they were doing and uploaded his sample deck list. I did not expect that to be... Here, let's just look at power rankings, right? Metadata. Let's do this, right? Player 1's gonna win most. So let's look at our TiMBR shells. Most of these games are ending on turn 9. Sometimes late game, so we're trying to power things out real quick. Anyways, I don't know if it's going to show me actually what I'm looking for. Which is really kind of disappointing. Oh, yeah, let's see what the organized play, that's what I want. Win, losses, draw. Because I would like to see what constitutes... There we go. Okay. The win percentage. Gretchen Titchwillow appears to be a really popular one with wins. That's a half and half win. That's actually really impressive for any format that has a half and half. So we'll take a look at this, since this is a winningest deck. Defense. No, I just want to see. No, I want to. It's not going to show me, is it? See, we can't find it here. Combo mid-range. Okay. So yeah, well, as I said, majority of this is not going to be creatures. This is beautiful. This actually lays out. This is how I like to see these mock sealed lists. They lay out the actual like categories. So you got your card draw, counter spells, your land untappers, which looks like they're going to be majority creatures. I don't think there's any. Oh, flicker piece. Okay, there we go. Lorien revealed. That's not surprising. Lorien revealed is a very good card. Most of your creatures are going to be like your ramp pieces. So if you can capsize them or get rid of their pieces early enough, it's not actually that big of a deal. Goodness. I am getting kind of tired though, I will say that. So, anyways, going back to what we were saying. So this Canker Abomination, even when it goes in the graveyard, say that opponent has plenty of creatures and it dies. Honestly, we more so want to see this thing pitched, because 4 mana for 6 counters is absolutely bananas, and I like it. Desecrator Hag. Okay, turn highest creature card in graveyard with the highest power, so that's actually something we might consider. But it's not really worth it though. Drain the Well. I don't think there's going to be enough utility lands to warrant that. I could be wrong. Let's actually see what Gretchen has in her utility lands. Command Tower, obviously we're going to have one of those. The Mystic Sanctuary is not surprising. Path of Ancestry could be good for them. Simic Growth Chamber. Yeah, all these are land enchantments. Yeah, the most of these are gonna be like help me ramp, basically. How am I gonna ramp? But yeah, 34 makes sense. So anyways, Gaze of Gorgon. Nope. Moldering Karok. Nope. Mortipede. Nope. Rakish Scoundrel. When it enters the battlefield or is returned face up, this creature gains indestructible to end turn. See this? This is what we call a winninger piece. So we want stuff like that that feeds on our graveyard, that gives us graveyard possibilities. Death Touch bites. Okay, it could be good, but we're black. We have access to actually good removal. Move creature card from graveyard. Regenerate. Not worth it on a 2/2. Drykeeper enters, create 2 1/1s. So it's just squirrels. Don't care about that then. Death Touch and all you can block. Could be interesting, but not really that helpful. Long legs. Rotworm. Nah. Nah. Could be neat. That could be neat, actually. And I think we passed. We look for stuff that has. Okay, so it looks like we've hit the end of like useful pieces for just black and. So now we look at black or green. And now we look at stuff like our Bojuka box, which we're definitely putting in because Bojuka is going to be amazing for anti-graveyard hate, or for graveyard hate towards other people's graveyard. Black Dragon Gate could be good because that helps us fix our land again. Baron Moor, I'm not worried about because it is cycling, but it's not super useful. Any of these like expensive desert cyclings are not worth it. At this point, with 12 lands that are tapped, I'd rather have the rest be untapped lands. So that's what we're going to look for. We're going to look for stuff that actually does have like untapped. Tap 3 or more forests. Create a food token. Not worth it. We aren't running food, so it's not really a worthwhile part of our strategy. 2 depletion counters. This could be decent. So, why I'm saying that, right, is if we have stuff that bounces stuff back, and even then, we don't really go beyond 4 mana, really. I'd say 5 maybe. So having less lands is not a huge loss for us. So that's just basically another bounce at that point. Four or less for a Discover 4. That could be decent. Honestly, we'll put it in. I know I said we don't want any more tap stuff, but tap, like if it has tap and value, it's actually got some pretty decent value to it. Kalini Garden could be decent, just because it gives us a body blocker for a turn, but I'm not super concerned about it. Manor Gate for the same reason as the other one. Mortuary Mire. They put target creature card from graveyard on top of my library. Most of the time I'm not really worrying about putting things back. When I am, it's just not worth it. I'll put it in there, but I didn't want to put it in there. There we go. That's the other part. So we had Hickory Woodlot and then Peat Bog. Those are the two that have the depletion value or values on it. Piranha Marsh is similar to the other one where target player loses a life. Then these are cycles, snow covers, which we might get 2 of these just so we have a bunch of snow covers in case there's stuff like, I don't think Scred's a thing in here, but it could be. Sacrifice Draw is not that good for a tap, honestly. Thriving Grove and Thriving Moor could be good. Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, unless it has immediate value, it's not super great. Which is Cotton or Cottage? Let's see. As a battlefield, may put target creature card from the graveyard on top of your library. So it's just like the other one, but worse, because it can enter, but it's not going to guarantee. Yeah, no, I'm good. I actually don't want that. Abundant Harvest. Land or non-land, real cards to real card of that kind. Loses 1 life. No. Rest on the bottom's not worth it. This isn't worth it because it only targets flyers. Nah. Although, I will argue this with the Brushwag. It could be possibly good for the simple reason that it is a trampler that we can put counters on later. Which, it sounds ridiculous to say that a Brushwag could be good. But it does have Pump. And it is actually a trampler, so... I don't know. I'm kind of putting my foot in my mouth here. I'll put it in, just not too sure about it, to be honest. Not worth it. Nope. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Artifact or creature. It's sorcery, so I'm not worrying about it. Untap it. Put a +1 and it gains reach. See what I mean? This is the typical conversion raise. It's usually +1/+1 and something else. Gains reach until end of turn. I'm kind of hesitant on this one. That's not worth it. It's not worth it. Grazer's a 0 scavenge, so we're not worrying about it. Armor of Shadows could be good for protection. I kind of want to put it in just as a precaution because I'm not sure what else is in the format that would help me protect my thing. Creature dies, return to its owner's hand. No. Wait, or it's put in exile from the battlefield. Okay, yeah, actually might be good to put that because there are exile effects we can't do a whole lot about in this because it's not, a lot of our protection is in common or is in uncommon. So +X or X is Devotion green. Don't worry about that. We're not playing Devotion. Basic land to get energy. Don't need it. Counter target, interrupt, or enchantment. So instant or enchantment? Is that what it is? Instant or aura that targets a permanent you control. Could actually be what we would want. So we'll put it in just in case. Lifelink and haste means this is a no-brainer because it's a cheap 1/1. This is a surveil, but it doesn't have any meat to it, like muscle to it. It's just all fat. We don't want fat. Basking root walla, not really. Death touch, nah. There's battle growth. And the graveyard, draw 2 cards. Nope. Lose 1 life. L's, 1 color in your mana pool. Nope. Blister Pod has sticking power, but it's not really too sticky. Graveyard to hand, not worth it. Create a blood token. Blood pet, add black to your mana. Don't. You get a ticket counter. No. Mostly, I understand the concept behind stickers, but I just don't think they're particularly great. This is one of those where it could be good, so we're putting it in, but we're going to wait and see what we need to cut, and it might be towards the top of the cut list. Not at the top, but towards the top. Goblin card from the graveyard to the... No. Yep. Because you can put it on itself. Although... I don't know if you want to necessarily have it for scavenge target. I guess we don't care if it's scavenged. If we find a better replacement, we'll put it in there. Sorcery. Bargain. No. The oofs are neat, but not necessary. Clear taps swamp for mana and produce an additional mana. A burst of strength could be decent, but there's no reason to put it in necessarily. I'm just gonna put it in just in case we find a reason to, because otherwise I don't want to have to worry about re-finding it again. Alright. That could be good. That could be really good. That's a piece of removal we can take. That's one of those ones where we can possibly put something we need back in our hand. And if we have to discard it for madness or whatever, we can do that. Carrion Feeder, I forgot that was a card. I don't know if we necessarily want it though. That's true. That's true. I didn't even consider Cauldron Familiar. Let's see if we can actually, if there's a combo we can get with Cauldron Familiar. Combo. Let's see if we can see if we can find a combo here we can like stick in the deck. EDH Wreck, Gamgee, Viscera Seer, Pitiless. That makes sense. Witch's Oven is an uncommon, so I can't. It's funny how most of these are like, you need uncommon. Well, dang. It's like, well, drat. 200. bum, 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 bum. I don't think we're going to find anything that doesn't need an uncommon. If we do, I mean, you could always try that. But I don't think we will. I don't think we're going to find it. You know, I have really not had an issue with this playlist here. This NCS radio. Copyright-free songs. I really hope these are copyright-free, otherwise we're going to have a really awkward conversation with with YouTube. Hey guys, I don't know how to mute this. So this VOD might get lost, who knows. I guess my problem for not doing more research. Anyways, I don't think we can find anything with Cauldron Familiar necessarily. That's not like an infinite combo, but it is a good card to get. Artifact or enchantment. It does fall into the category of you can throw it in the graveyard if you need to and get that as a counter. Yeah, actually, you know what? We're gonna do that. Why not? Because it's good to have backups of backups, right? Unless it's like too many. Charging Badger, hilarious card from Journey into Nyx that I loved. Or sorry, that was Born to the Gods, wasn't it? No, that's... Is it Born to the Gods or is it Journey into Nyx? That is Born to the Gods, I was right. I shouldn't have doubted myself. Oh. I'm really hoping there's not people on YouTube commenting because I haven't checked that in a while. Oh, goodness. Alright, looks like I'm good. Mainly checking Twitter or Twitch. Let's see. There's a... Yeah, I've been checking Twitch, making sure that we're all good to go, man. We're all good to go. Alright. Ooh. That could be a really good card. Ooh. It almost wraps back to being kind of generic. But I think we might want this. Because I think there's another card that does something similar, but I'm not sure if it does the exact same thing. Nope. Dinosaur land card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in any order. Now remind me, is this a... Okay, Scavenge only as a sorcery. If you can't do it in response, that's kind of meh, but oh well. Top 5 cards library, creature among them, put on the hand, that's the bottom in any order. I really need the stuff that's like put it in the graveyard. Bottom of library, clues, sacrifice creature, draw 2 cards. That pick goes hard, I just want to say that. The Elish Norn commanding a Johnny who's been corrupted at this point to kill oh, who's that awful I hate her so much. Sheldred. Yeah. Really sad what they did with Urabrask, though, in that storyline. That was kind of dumb how they just kind of like, yeah, he fights for a little bit and then he gets torn apart. Oh, it's like there's no emotional impact. It's just like, yeah, okay, you killed him. That's kind of lame. Kind of don't like that, but oh well. Crop rotation can be decent. Oh, you know what? We should try and see what delirium we have. Because we have some pretty good delirium. Is this a mana? It is an instant. Okay. I was like, what is that? Because it's in the old style where they never quite set down what was what. Nope. Dark Rituals, decent. Don't want it though. Because our thing is, we don't need things fast. Dark's really only that useful whenever you got to do something fast, because you got things you can get out quick, like free mana. It's just, it doesn't help in this case, because Young Deathclaws, yes, you can get it out in turn 2, but what you don't really want it out in turn 2, because that leaves it open to getting shot down. Plus there's like the scavenge aspect of it, which is like you want it to be able to come down and give scavenge to things. Death Greeters, alright, not really what we're looking for. Alright, Defile's not that good. Demonic Vigor. My throat's kind of getting kind of sore, to be honest. How about not getting sick? That's the last thing I need after coming back is, oh boy, another break. That's what I want. Diligent Farmhand. Diagraph X. Graveyard from play. Mana cost X. Target enchantment. Duress. Duskwaller. By reveal top cards in the library. If it's a creature card, draw a card. Kind of debating whether I want to just go ahead and filter through. I should do that. I don't want to deal with this or whatever. Delirium. Could be alright. So we're putting there. Mulgraph is not good. Skinner's good. Actually could be really decent. Put in your hand. I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, and Threshold. Oh, Threshold. The Mongoose doesn't even. I don't worry about this because the Mongoose can't get scavenge target, so it's not actually that good. There we go. That's something I could enable. Threshold Imp. or putrid imp. Cabal Initiate. Inquisitor. Cabal Ritual. Nope. Vast mana is not necessary. This might be worth it, though. Tap target land. That could be fun. I didn't know that was a card, to be honest. Might be the enemy of the table, though. I don't know if... Because you got to keep in mind, table enemies already pretty high if you're doing weird things with your graveyard. Actually, well, that could be good. Well, no, because it's 5. I don't want to do that. I'm really having a tough time here. Oh, look for the one druid that throws things in your graveyard. Is this it? Yes, it is. That's the one. Mill 4 cards. I'm sure there's others that do something similar. Death Touch. Proliferate. That's actually a good point. I could just do Proliferate. Surveil. This is a good one. Surveil cards are good. Yeah, anything that surveils but adds stuff, fantastic. Enter Battlefield, Surveil 2. Exile from your graveyard. And it already has the exile, gives one. This is a fantastic card because it does what we're doing already. That is a weird starfish. Surveil 1. So it does the same thing as this one. Okay, I'll take it. That could enter... nah, it's not worth it. Draw 2 cards, surveil 2, you lose 2. Pretty good, actually. Yeah, we want to do that. Because right now I don't see us having too much, whatchamacallit. Too much draw. We need more draw. Yep, we need that, actually. Destroy. And we needed that instant speed, not sorcery speed. We need instant speed kills. Artifact creatures may not be able to regenerate. Target cast cost. Eye gouge, nope. Destroy target damaged. Toughness is less than or equal to the number of cards in the graveyard. Nah, not even worth it. All creatures blocked by target wall destroy. No. Destroy target creature has dealt damage this turn. Draw a card. Nope. Target cleric. Nope. Artifact enchantment. Natural state. Natural state might actually be worth. Let's just see what all's in Gretchen, just to make sure. We got ramp. Aether Spellbomb. Surprisingly. Here, I want to see what all's tagged in Popper. Dex. Popper. EDH. Alright. Proliferate EDH. Ixil top. That's not. Maybe I have to type in PDH. There we go. Haha! That is what I had to do. Hungry, hungry Larry. I want to see what that is, actually. Hungry, hungry Larry. Is this... you control your commander, your opponent loses 2 life. That, I don't know how to tell him. That's not very good. Corrupted Conviction could be good, but I'm not going to necessarily put that in there. Loses 2, draw 2. That's actually kind of decent. Deadly Dispute would be good. As an additional cost to cast this artifact creature. So we get an opportunity and a treasure token, which is good. Defile, not going to be useful in our multi-colored deck. Grasp of Darkness, actually not bad. Snuff Out. Snuff Out. I didn't realize Snuff Out was actually a... that's a good point. Snuff Out's a good one. Snuff Out's a fantastic card to actually have. Yeah. So exile top 3 in graveyard instead of paying the top 3. Okay, well, I guess that could be good. 3 damage sign off. That's not good. That I don't care what they say. That's bad. 13 till end of turn if you have no cards in hand. That actually couldn't be bad. Or, sorry, that can be very bad. I don't know what I'm saying. You don't want it not have anything in your hand. That's really not good to have. Non-vampire, non-werewolf, non-zombie creature. Why are these all so bad? There's no way these are all bad ones to have. I don't... Yeah, no. I'm gonna see what we got. Let's see what gut iron... Or actually, let's see what we have in our colors. Chow time. I'm assuming this is... Yeah. Cloakwood Hermit. Okay, so yeah, it's just a aristocrat's deck. Alright, so with this aristocrat's deck, we've got Unearth. I had no idea Unearth was a... Okay, never mind, we have Unearth. I didn't even realize we had Unearth. That's nutty. I had no idea Unearth was a... This is a common. That's great. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? Revive the Shire. Basic land, reveal it, blah blah blah. Reveal top cards. Put the rest into the graveyard. Malevolent Rumble. Yeah, we're borrowing ideas from his deck to fuel ours, basically, because he's got some good ideas. Although I don't agree with him having less mana fixing, because it doesn't make sense to me. For you do not want to have. I kind of get it. To be fast, you want to make sure you have less tapped stuff, but at the same time, you want to be able to have some utility with your cards. I don't know. Maybe I ought to cut down on some of the tap stuff. Maybe I'm not thinking about this in the right context. Okay. Oubliette phases out until Oubliette leaves, so exiles it essentially until. That's gross, dude. That's actually a good idea. Because it gets around killing them. That's actually kind of smart. I actually might borrow that. Tortured Existence could be alright. Tortured Existence could be actually pretty good. Because you're equivalent exchanging something you don't want in the graveyard with something that you could possibly want to put in your hand, because it either wants to go on the battlefield or it just doesn't do anything in the graveyard, or you want to do something again. Flash enchant creature dies, return tapped under its owner's control. I have a feeling that most of these are like kind of niche. Spore Frog could be good. I think Echoing Rune would be good. Now that I think about it. Echoing... Decay. Decay, that's what it is. Echoing Decay would be fantastic as a board-wide option. Because that basically says, token decks, go fuck yourself. Not quite, but turn all creature in the same name from graveyard to your hand. We're not going to have that issue, so Undertaker, discard return card. Don't want it. Draw card, lose life. Nah. Destroy your artifact or enchantment. That could be good. Voracious Varmint could be good. Because we want stuff that we can constantly come back to. Or rather, consistently come back to. We don't want Lano, do we? I guess it does provide a way to ramp out for them. I hate running these mana dorks because they don't ever end up doing anything. But I suppose we can get rid of them if we don't actually find we need them. Yeah, that's fair. L Deep Shadow. Mystic. Lana War Elf would be good. Oh yeah, Finhorn Elf. Yeah. Obviously, we're not going for the $350 version of this, but you know, that should be pretty obvious. I feel like some of these are just like we want to get them out and then sacrifice them for Severus. Yeah, I think that's what that plan is. Chow time. Da bomb. These are some good ones. Us Ret Stage, welcome to the Freak Show. Proactive mid-range zoo. I want to see this. ETB return from graveyard. Cost one less. That's a neat card. That actually makes a lot of sense. Arbor Elf doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Avenging Hunter could be good. Oh yeah, we need Bayou Groff. Do we not have Bayou Groff? I forgot we need to do that. Power 5, 6, 7. We need these. We need the big boys. Remove the top creature in the graveyard from the game or bury Barrel Ghoul. Don't want that actually. Bayou Groff, definitely going in. Not worth it. Is the Grizzly worth it? Is the Grizzly worth it? I think it might be. I think it might. I'm gonna look and see if we can't get from a graveyard. Oh, we doing that for sure. For sure. Stuff that does things better. Yeah, we're doing that. Sorry, Grizzly Bear or Alpine Grizzly. It's just better. Basic land card revealed put top. I don't know about that actually. Gain 2 life. Nah. Grace Lad, mill 4 cards, 4 creep, Menace and Death Touch. I think this might be one of those cases where we don't want it. Actually, no, we do want it. What am I saying? All combat damage. Has escape. Maybe. Tempts you, huh? No. No. Nope. No. This is the one we wanted. Yeah, Bannerhide Crush Hawk. There we go. Creature on the battlefield controlled, trample, and indestructible. Neat. Proliferate. Yes. We need actually more proliferate stuff. Now I'll look at this. Two, and you gain 2, huh? Can't block. That could be fun. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Canopy Bailoff doesn't do anything.
Close your eyes.
Survive, you gain 2 life. Now. You know, that's actually pretty decent. Because you can just sack the chain double. Everyone has to sack a non-token creature. Yeah, I think we actually put it in there. There's a... I'm so tempted to put this... I think we do put this in there. Oh. We found it, boys. We found it. We found it. Oh, yeah. Dross, crocodiles, garbage. Emperor crocodile. 2 or less, sacrifice. One green elf encore. Monster roll attached. The red fangs from the new Eldraine set, the newer Eldraine set, they are so like I shouldn't speak any more on it, but just the artists did really well with incorporating it. Yeah, the red tooth, yeah. I think we did this, yeah. Lumberknot. Giant beaver, huh? Well, saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, saddled with stash. Nah. Unfortunately, this is whenever you cast a spell, so it has to be a spell. I do think it's a great card, though. And if I was running like the Little Red Riding Hood, I forget what her name is. This would definitely be one of the ones I'd use because it's just such a cool card to have. Because you get free card draw for targeting your creature with a pump spell. How could you not like that? Crabby Tabby. No. Nope. 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 Always this Slav. Oh, I'm digging this. Is it? Yeah, it is. This is funk, Slavic funk, baby. Yep, fair enough. Power 2 or less. Can't be blocked with creatures with power 2 or less. You know, it could be a good addition to the deck, actually. I'm trying to find something wrong with adding it, other than we're just getting high up in the count. I guess that's enough. I really think that's enough, actually, you know, think about it. Modified have yeah, we're getting the brush rag, boys. Other elementals have trample. Elementals do have good support, dude. It's actually crazy. Crazy to me that there's no one that nobody runs it. Yeah, we should probably look up proliferate at this point because we got plenty of big stuff. Nope, nope, shoot. Oh well. I do that sometimes where I hit the wrong button or refresh it all. It's like, oops. Oh, type comment. Let's see what proliferate we got. Thirsting Roots. Actually, let's see how many lands. Let's add lands first. Well, no, we'll add it later. And then we make cut. We'll make the cut later. It's a library book. No, we don't got enough. I'm tempted to go look at. Let's look at an EDH rec on. I want to see what we got available to us from the scavenge pile. Bugga-da-boo. Delirium. Varoles. Let's see what Varoles has got. Plus what counters. These are mostly going to be rares and uncommons. I just know it for a fact. Lano. Grizzly Cell. Do we have Grizzly, right? We have that already. We don't. We should. Doesn't look like we did. Okay, that's kind of sad. STE might be good, but I'm kind of tempted to not run STE. Oh yeah, Satyr and STE might be a good package actually. Now think about it. Wayfinder. Oh, Sakura. Tribe Elder. Alright. We got those. We got the STE and the Satyr Wayfinder combo. Not combo, but, you know, value pieces. And now we're just looking for stuff that pads out our overall idea of oh, that's true. Phyrexian Dreadnought be hilarious, dude. Wait a minute, I just realized, does Varolz do the same thing I'm thinking of? Each card in your graveyard has scavenge equally make costs. Oh no, I didn't even realize. I'm dumb. I could have been looking at Varolz the whole time. But this is actually technically better than Varolz. It doesn't have the regenerative property, but it does have. It's technically one more cost, but it's it's got the menace, so that makes it a lot better, in my opinion. Because Varolz didn't have anything. It didn't have trample. It didn't have. Yeah, this is gonna work well. This is gonna work well. I can tell. What was the thing I was just putting in? It was the. I just saw it, and it was something that was so obvious I should have thought of it sooner. Oh, the Phyrexian Dreadnought. Phyrexian. Oh, I forgot to put none, dude. That was silly of me. Dreadnought. Is that how you spell it? Dreadnought? Not. Oh, that's uncommon, isn't it? That's an uncommon. Yep. It's definitely not uncommon. Okay, that makes me feel a little better for not thinking of it, but... And that's uncommon, too. All of these are going to be uncommon. Evolution Witness. Evolution Witness would be good. Okay. Young Deathclaws is in the list. That's pretty funny. Well, one of the lists at least. Well, at least we weren't too far off. Tameo's safekeeping. Yeah, we need Tameo's safekeeping actually. Thank you, Tameo. I'm very sad they killed her. Nature's Claim. Bitter Triumph. Wait a minute. Is that uncommon? That's uncommon. I can't read. Or I can't see that silver. Grapple with the past. I thought I already put that in there, but I could be wrong. Oh, for sure, overwhelming remorse. Are you kidding me? Yeah, for sure. Because we're going to load that sucker up and unload her right on top of him. Corpse Churn could be alright, but I don't think we need it. Tragic Slip could be good. But we don't have a guaranteed way to kill something, so I don't think that's worth. Hexproof and Indestructible. Yeah, we're gonna do TiMBR Stand. Oh my gosh, they really need to. I just need to look at it. I need to look at these cards a little closer, I guess. Fog is not important. Rampant Growth might be. Rampant Growth and Cultivate. Cultivate. Mulch. Top 4 cards, all land cards in your hand, best in the graveyard. Yeah, mulch would be good. Night's Whisper, huh? Well, don't mind if I do. We are approaching 6 o'clock. We're probably going to wrap it up right about then. Do we have Drowned in Filth in this already? Yeah, we do. Okay, good. Bone Shards. Don't need that. There's better cards than Bone Shards, and I don't really want to run those either. I want something that's more instant speed removal for cheap, but I don't see any, or at least very little. Again, that's because it's all uncommon. Graveyard of the Battlefield. Nah, we ain't worried about that. Check our chat on the other other, alright, good. We didn't, I was a little worried there for a second that we might have ignored some poor YouTube people, but nope, we're good. Anyways, let's see, what do we got here? Really no commons to throw in here. May mill 2 cards. Or more creature cards. Oh yeah, crawling infestation. Crawling infestation. We're gonna do that. And then we'll do a cut back here in a little bit because we're going to definitely need more lands in this. And there's plenty of stuff in here that's just kind of in here because I saw it and I thought, oh, that's value. But it's not great enough value. It's not great values. Anywho. So, I see there are 3 people watching. So, welcome to the stream and much appreciated. I'm really new to competitive. Well, I'm new to PDH in general, but I'm pretty familiar with EDH and cEDH. So I figure, kind of going off of what the general themes are for cEDH might be a good way to translate to PDH. But I think the main thing I'm running into is the realization that there's so many EDH cards that are just like rare and up or uncommon and up, I should say. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else we can really throw in here from that. Alright, so what's the main thing we're looking at with this? So, wait, what's 2 and 2? Okay, 2 swamp, 2 snow. I'd say for Young Deathclaws, with how much mana fixin' we have already, probably 33 to 34 cards, and we should probably cut down on some of the tap lands we got, because right now we've got way too many tap lands coming in. I mean, I like the gates, they're neat, but not necessary for... Although I might cut the gates in yeah, I might actually pick that big gate back up. I might pick that gate back up again, because these others just they come in tapped, and that's all. Like the Foul Orchard comes in tapped, Golgari Gilligate comes in tapped, and that's all they add. At least Haunted Mire, you got Swamp Forest types to sort of add to it being valued. Let's see, the 2 caves we might think about cutting down, but considering how much we have in terms of like non-land card with mana 4x or less, well, I guess the one thing we worry about is there's a lot of removal in here, so it might not be good for that if we hit those. Then again, it could help us in the end if we needed to hit removal. But I don't want to take it out of my deck too. So I think cutting the caves might be good. Cause I can put it in my hand too. I'm dumb. Okay, we're not cutting that. I see. Explores one of those. Discovers one of those new mechanics. I'm thinking of operating off the idea of Cascade, but it's not Cascade. It's actually better than Cascade. So, actually, on that second thought, second thought, I should keep it, because if we needed to hit removal, we can always pick it up with that. So we're gonna keep that in. The woodlots are good for fast mana. Is Soul-Ring technically? I think it's only been printed on uncommon. No, it's been printed on common. Okay. That's pretty cool. Let me just double check this. Has it been printed in common? 30th anniversary edition common. I gotta look this up. What is the printing history of Soul Ring? It brings up wedding rings. Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, because otherwise more people would run it in other decks. These are all uncommon. Yeah, I don't think it's been printed at common, or yeah, common at all. So drop rare, common, gem rare, uncommon, da da da. Yeah, I thought so. I was like, there's no way it's here, legality. Easy. Is it legal at pauper level? Oh, it's not gonna show pauper. What am I doing? If that in pauper would be really dumb. But I don't think it was ever printed out. Unless this is an online only. The 30th edition. I'm gonna look this up. Legality wise. Because if not, that's huge. Uncommon. Okay, so it has been only printed in say, I thought there was a, which is good. I actually kind of glad, because Soul Ring kind of crushes your ability. And I was gonna say, I'm very glad it's not in pauper. I'm very glad it's not in pauper, actually, because that takes. But this is wrong then by. Because it says common. It's just not at common though. Okay, we're good. We're good on that. So what mana rocks do we have at our disposal? Because we might want to put some mana rocks in here. I'm not sure. We'll get out of EEH. We'll go to... Let's see what this guy has running. Because he's running a Honest Rutstein deck. He's probably going to use something. We got Lotus Petal. I'm not a big fan of the Petal. I feel like, I mean, to be fair, you should be a fan of Petal because it's free mana, but it's just like, it's not necessarily, like, I don't want to really draw into a one if I'm going off. Let's just see what everyone else is running. I want to see what Slimefoot's being run. So he's running the Altar, which makes sense. Blood Fountains creating tokens. That's probably because it needs, yeah. Ichor Wellspring, the Mephitic Draw. Relic. Ooh, that would be good. That's a good. Thank you. That's a good thing because I don't want other people getting their relic, or I don't want to get. I don't want to have people necessarily being able to set up their own stuff, but at the same time, I'd like to not just hit my stuff. That's why I got the Bajuka, because ideally you use the Bajuka to get rid of the one other graveyard reanimator player there, and everything else is just like, or I guess it wouldn't just be graveyard reanimator. It would be also your flashback stuff, which I don't know how much flashback is actually in there. But exile 2 cards from a single graveyard, put a 1/1 sapling. Yeah, no. Oh, from a single graveyard, so it could be your graveyard too. So that's something we need to keep an eye out for. So we probably need something to get rid of enchantments. There's the one that gains life, right? Do I have that? I didn't. Yeah, Nature's Claim. Okay, we got it. Okay. Bushwhack. Burst, I don't think we need. I don't think we need Burst. Because we're not using really anything that's going to be like, oh man, I need to untap. It's just like, it's going to untap, and if it doesn't, then we're already running into issues. This is a lot of 1-drops. We're going to get rid of some of these 1-drops too. But, as of right now, I think the biggest thing we need to look for out of these lists is if we need ramp, which it doesn't look like we do, but that's also pretty low end drops. Do they have any good exile Draw, draw, draw. Okay. A Deadly Dispute would be good, actually. Deadly Dispute. Give me some draw. Man, that's a throwback. I love Deadly Reckless. That was always a cool card. Bananical Offering. No, I'd rather get the treasure. Yeah, I'd rather get the treasure. Go for the Throat is a good one. I'd consider that. Go for the Throat would be good. Reckoner's Bargain's not what I'm looking for. Art in the End might be good, but not necessary. Transmute's a good... Actually, I hadn't considered that. That's a good idea. Having some sort of transmute to tutor. On target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Yeah, Snakeskin Veil. Yeah, we'll put that on there. We're getting all sorts of stuff that I blast from the past. Snuff Out's already got it. Tamiyo Safekeeping got it. Victim of the Night just doesn't feel like it's going to be useful. I mean, it's too black, which that's going to be kind of hard, but Finds of Vastwood. Yeah, no, we're going to pass on that. So they're using more removal. So these aren't very heavy. Ooh, that's a good board wipe I hadn't considered. Dread Return. Yep. Drown in Sorrow. Thalids. That's tutoring for anything. Here, actually, let's look at transmute stuff. Transmute stuff could be good. Let me see if there's anyone chatting real quick. Nope. Okay, we're good. Transmute. That's an oldie but a goodie mechanic. Demir House Guard. Brain Spoil. Destroy target creature that isn't enchanted. Can't be regenerated. What do I want to grab with a 5? I guess I can grab Overwhelming Remorse. I could grab... Because I don't have any 5-drops. That's the thing, is there's no like real good 5-drops to want to grab out of this deck. So I think we pass on that. I think it's either Demir House Guard because there's so many 4-drops. I guess I shouldn't say so many because 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of the 100 or out of the 99 is not bad. It's just not like, I don't think it's considerable for the deck. I think Shred Memory might be the better option here. I think Shred Memory might be. I mean, I think he's right. Because that transmutes to get so many like removal pieces, and just pieces that fill our board, our graveyard up. Plus, in the off chance we are facing some sort of mirror, shred the memory will help remove cards from the game. Alright. Isn't Channel also? I don't remember if Channel does it. So this discards. I mean, it's an alright card, it's just not doing enough. The Greater Tanuki is honestly probably the better channel out of these. And even then, it's not great because it's an enchantment, so if it gets hit by any sort of enchantment removal, it's kind of bad. But it is trample. It is trample. So it could be good late game. Dang. I'm torn. I really kind of want to run it, so we're gonna run it. And if it don't work, it don't work. Because the low end needs to come down anyways. Because there's too many 1-drops, dude. There's way too many 1-drops. Alright. Channel. There's no real cycling one I'd really want, are there? I guess we could take a gander through cycle. I don't think there's a lot of... Gain fear's not really worth it. Nope. 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 I won't have many zombies. I mean, that's alright. That's nothing too crazy. When you cast your cycle, create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn, says. I mean... kind of thinking about it, to be honest. Probably best if I don't. Let's see what a merge we might be able to have. Either the Horde Swarm might be good. Paying the cost. Either the Horde Swarm enters, put 2/1/1 creating insects onto the battlefield. It goes wide. That's true. It's really terrible though for scavenge though. At 8-drop. Yeah, I can't justify putting that in. Sorry. I think we might be coming close though to getting this list done. Let's see, what was the one that I was like might not be good? Power 2 or less. Okay. Well, it does look like I have enough that it actually might be good to have that card, which I didn't think I would, but let's see what utility creatures they have, just in case we want to. Oh, these. Let's not get out. Let's get out Thalads because that's tribal, so they're gonna have a bunch of tools we can't access. Rutstain. Let's see if we can't find a reanimator list because they might have more of a. Tashar, Sivrus, Woodcloak Hermit. Slimefoot, Stream, cPDH, Rutstein, Death Touch Infect, Wilson, Far Traveler, Thornax kind of does something similar, so we might see if they have any tools that we don't have. Oofs. That's an idea. The oofs are kind of a neat idea. What does brood scale do? Does brood scale combo with anything in here? I just want to make sure. They do have the Demir House Guard, which is, I can see it. 2 target costs. So you got the aristocrat pizzas in there a little bit. Ivy Lane. So I'm seeing Ivy Lane and Brood Scale, and I'm assuming there's might be a combo going on here somewhere. I just need to find it. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Mortician Beetle. I mean, I thought about putting the persist cards in. I think I do have this Renclaw in there, which isn't even the best persist out of these group. Wait a minute. Does Ivy Lane go infinite with? It does. It does go infinite with the. I didn't even see that. Yeah, no, that would work. Because with any of the persists, Arioof, Ivy Lane Denizen. Yeah, we're gonna do that actually. Because the Ivy Lane combo is an old one from competitive or regular EDH competitive. Oh shucks, where is it? Arioof. The oofs. We have the trial, right? We have the odious Renclaw trial. That was. I think those are the only 2 persists they got, right? Should be. Oh, Scuzz. They have Scuzz back because they have access to the red from. Yeah, that's cool. Now we use sack outlet. Oh, they did print Arcane Signet at... Okay, so we can play Arcane Signet. Beautiful. Okay. That's an option available to us. The Ashnod's Altar. I don't know if we want to run that necessarily. Goal Signet. It might be worth it. I guess it does net us 1 mana, so... Alright, we need to cut down seriously, because I think we need at least 10 gone. Red Band. Snowland card, put him play tapped. Into the North. Into the North be good, actually. Yeah, I'll buy Into the North. Although he's only mainly doing that because he has 3 mana, and 3 mana needs more fixin', so maybe we go down a little bit on the fixin' so much. I think we do that actually, yeah, because we don't really need all this. Like the rampant growth's nice, but we don't need like the cultivate. We got plenty of other stuff that does the same thing. We don't have any sack. Well, it automatically sacks though for. Do we have a sack? We should have a sack outlet at some point. Yeah, well, Groff technically does the sack, but it's not the sack outlet. The sack outlet we're looking for. Yep. We might go down to some of our mill stuff because we don't need a whole lot. We already got plenty in the mix. And the more expensive we add, the more... I mean, bodies obviously count towards the expense, but the more expensive ones we have, we might need to just cut. Yeah, that don't need to be in there. Lurcher. How many creatures do we have right now? 45. That's good. We want high. We don't need it that high though. The Tanuki can stay because it channels. What needs to come out? We can go down on one of our mana dorks. I think we go down the Findhorn because I got Lano and Elvish. Putrid might stay. Yeah, I need to get rid of Putrid actually. We just got so much better. Slitherhead does good for beating. And the Snarling Gorehound will stay because we need to utilize it more. Power 2 or less. We got plenty of power 2 or less stuff that comes out. Comes down. Yep. Yep, I do not actually, let's see if Undergrowth has a thing. Hold on, Undergrowth. Looks like we got Undergrowth as ETB, Crawl, Forges, Block Mowing Creature. That could be fun, actually. As a finisher. We are getting rid of stuff though, so I don't know if we want to keep that around because we'll be throwing stuff out of the graveyard just as quick as we are throwing stuff in. Sacrifice, automatic. Modified. Yeah, we need to go up in our land count. The cemetery might not actually be a bad thing to cut in this case. Oh, I really just did that. Oops. I really hope we didn't just do something stupid. Yeah, we can cut those. The campus don't do nothing really with that scry. was the one card I was looking for? Oh goodness. Yeah, I don't think we need the Urborg repo. Unless it is we need oh, I took my head off. Hold on. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Okay. Haven't done this in a while. Okay. We're going somewhere. There we go. Okay, we got it. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I guess you got a little bit of a visual demo on what I can do with this model. But, yeah. Okay, back to the business here. It does say another target permanent, so I might want that for that reason. But there's not really any other... The Rumble's better than the other one. Yeah, we're gonna put this away. Don't need mulch. Crawling infestation is just great for this. Dire sights, draw, and surveil. Drown in Sorrow, wipes. Far Wanderings might need to come out. As much as it will probably go off, honestly. And it would ramp things up, I will say that. Maybe I should keep that in. I could go down the Locket, I think. Yeah, because it's too slow. I know it can draw me 2 cards, but it's also just... Well, no. Actually, I'll take that back. I do want to keep that in there. Yeah. The Dryad might need to come out, just because I ain't doing much right now. Bond Beetle stays in. Brushwag stays in. Caterpillar can stay in for sure because it's going to be useful. The Badger might need to come out. It's just a vanilla, other than Trample, I should say. Am I making enough tokens? I don't think I have any tokens, to be honest. I think that was just a plan in case I had tokens. Yeah, I think that can come out. Where's it at? Clonewood. Okay. I wish I could say it would be good, but it's not. It's just not going to be useful. Do I want the dog or do I want the cat? Either way, it's not really useful. I think I go down the dogs and the cats. But they don't... Do we own spells, actually? I think we do. Do we need that? Probably not. We don't need a life gain, necessarily. We need 14 lands. Alright. Oh, go to 7/7. And we'll go up a forest, right? Forest? Yeah, forest. Yeah. Okay, so we need to cut a grand total of 7 cards. Polymripe Druid ain't doing much. Yeah, proliferates. Well, actually, it technically does more than the Bond Beetle does, so we'll cut the Bond Beetle. Yeah. The STE does good. The Voracious Varmint's good. It's technically better than the Caustic. But the Caustic also comes down on turn 1 and sort of warns the table, hey guys, don't fuck with me right now. The Crush Shock's good. Oh shoot, I should check if there's Reinforce. There we go. Nope. Now that's even worse than... Yeah. Okay. I was right. I was right. There's no reason to even look for them. Conifer Strider's mainly there for the fact that it's got a greater power. It does die really easily, though, to like board wipes. But the hope is that there's no board wipes to be able to hit it, so it could actually be really good. It sticks on, gets fat, scavenges onto it. Yeah. You know, we'll keep that. It's not the creatures that need cut. It's actually mostly the lands. Or mostly the non-lands. Or mostly the non-creature spells. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Tortured Existence, good. On Earth is good. The Repo is good. Whisper from the Dross we could probably cut, to be honest, because it's not sitting there doing much. I mean, I guess it technically hits Rograk. Is it worth it to hit Rograk that hard? No, because it proliferates. There's stuff that hits Rograk even better. Okay. Actually, is there anything that hits Rograk better? I don't think there is. Never mind. We're good. We don't need it. Grizzly Salvage. Malevolent. Knight's Whisper. Okay, we need those. Shred Memory's good. Smell Fear's great. I do need to find something that exiles. Maybe I need to go down one of the ramp pieces. Go down rampant growth. Honestly, they have 28 lands in this whole thing. Maybe I can go down. I can go down some. I think. I feel like I can go down at least 3 lands. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I feel like that's probably best. Go down 31. I'll only cut 1 now. We won't cut the intervention because that can be like, well, say exile it. Oh no. Anyways, goodbye. Or hello, returned. Saratok, Crown Strider. I guess one thing to worry about is there's not a lot of creatures get. Here, let's look at the creatures. We can get minus 2, minus. Oh, that's not what we're looking for. Okay, Echoing Decay is the first that does for sure. Oh my, I have not seen this card. That actually is not bad for a board wipe. I am debating because that actually could be good. Fester Creek could be good. Yo, we're gonna try it. Why not? Because that looks like it could be fantastic. Because what it'll do is we can scavenge onto it, give it more power to actually get rid of things. We'll keep looking just to make sure. Maybe there's a better. Yeah, for the cost of a shrivel, like casting multiple shrivels, not bad. Like Cower and Fear, Drown in Sorrow, Fester Gloom, Mephitic, Miracles Invoker. No, none of these are really like screaming to me. Yeah, these are good for 2 target. Swarm Surge, nope. Suffocating Fumes. I think that's cycling. It's not even what we're looking for. Arms of Hadar. Target player controls gets okay. Eye Blight Massacre. Wait, did it say all other? Yeah, all other creatures. Okay, so yeah, this guy protects itself. So yeah, no, we're doing good. Yeah, we're gonna go down 2. Okay, so which 2 do we need to go down? Do we need Bloom Hulk? I mean, at worst, it's a 4/4 that comes down. And at best, it's giving a bunch of +1/+1s. I'd say yes. Non-token. Talk. I don't really want to cut this combo or this this synergy with the Argelian. I don't really want to because I could theoretically get rid of a whole board state doing that. Call the Netherworld. Or call to the Netherworld. Okay. Nah. Not really necessary. We got plenty of recurl. Avoid Fate, Relic. Tamio. Tortured Unearth. The question really becomes, right? Now the question really becomes, do we get rid of the Golgari Locket? I think we do. I think it's what we cut. Alright, so we're left with all this. So the main package idea is we throw a bunch of these via their actual effects into the graveyard, or actually rather our opponents throw them in the graveyard, and we use Young Deathclaws to get them back as in the form of like +1/+1 counters that then go to pump down our creatures that have actual hexproof and other protective abilities, and we use that to basically beat down the opponent. And we have plenty of tech that gets rid of tokens, because those are going to be a biggest issue, probably tokens. And we have, like, for instance, the Echoing Decay for those. We have Drown in Sorrow. We have our Fester Creep, which we can hopefully pump that to be a bigger and actually live, but as for now, it works really well for what it's supposed to do, which is just get rid of all the little tokens so we can actually get through, break through, get damage. Alright. So, let's go ahead and save this. And yes, you can see I have a bunch of different done a bunch of different cards. So we'll do cPDH, Young Deathclaws. All right, and that's saved. Well, I've been having fun. I think I think I'm tired. I think we've been here long enough. We've successfully narrowed down and made a Young Deathclaws deck. I think I'm pretty proud of this, actually. You know, for somebody who's just getting sort of into the format, this is a pretty neat little mishmash of common cards. And yeah, I think it'll do well. I think we'll try it out sometime. Maybe we'll find somebody who wants to play us with PEDH or cPDH, I guess. You don't really run this in a casual pod because I think it'd probably stomp. Well, we could run it and see how it runs in the casual and see if it goes to competitive. But anyways, so I'm gonna get some sleep. I think y'all would like that too. So, little background peek. Alright. Thank y'all for watching. I really appreciate y'all coming out here. I saw that we actually had a couple viewers at one point. So that's pretty hype. And for those who are still with us, we thank you. And we hope you all enjoy. And we'll see you again. Should be tomorrow at about 4-ish. 4 a.m. in the morning. So Eastern Standard Time. And we love you guys. We appreciate it. We hope you all stay safe. Thank you for watching. And have a good rest of your night. Peace.